is up, everybody? Okay, so back to Camelot. I'm pretty sure we're fighting Tristan today, but I honestly don't remember if it goes Tristan then Lancelot or Lancelot then Tristan, but we'll find out. I'm pretty confident. Honestly, Lancelot worries me the most because I don't have a Berserker, so that's gonna be a little rough. And I'm not summoning an Avenger or any nonsense like that, so I think Tristan will go fine because George is really good in that fight. And we have a George, so good enough. I'm gonna try to buy a monitor right now. That's awfully specific, say. Did your previous monitor explode or something? Alright, give me the goods, game. That is not the goods. Really need another Chin Gong. So they're getting ready to like do some kind of weird, like, I don't know how to describe it. Basically, you can get all the old Liz welfares, but it says that you can't like replay the stages, you can't get the loot from the stages. You can kind of just see the story. It's not really clear what it is. It's like, it sounds like a worse main interlude. Like they somehow made something worse than a main interlude. That's what it kind of sounds like. But you can get all the old Lizzes, and there's probably going to be a new... It looks like there's going to be another Liz-themed Halloween event. I have a feeling that's what's coming up. But yeah, Arc Knights just added a main interlude system where you get to replay old events, and you can replay the stages anytime you want. Anytime you want. You can refight the bosses, whatever. And then F goes just like, yeah, we're gonna make this shit. Because of course, you just can't have content in this game. But that means probably no Saber Wars 3, at least not in the foreseeable future, but maybe after Halloween, we shall see. Okay, this is probably just filler nonsense. I gotta slot something though. Hold up, I forgot to bring up my other account on my phone, because I am an idiot. Yeah, honestly, they should have just main interluded the Halloween events. That'd have been nice. And if they let us just keep the challenge quest, that's what they should do. At least let us keep the challenge quest. That would be fine. But this game has something against repeatable content. I don't know why, it just does. Oh bother, my main account is in a stage right now, and it's probably a QP daily, so I'm gonna just summon the story support and go with that. Let's see, Assassin's Berserker. Yeah, Chin Gong's too weak to really like kill assassins. I'm gonna unironically use Hans, and then I'll give him like formal craft. Do I have formal craft? Yeah, I do. Very nice. Okay. And then just David everything else. Chin Gong is kind of pointless. We'll do that, and get Bond on George. Do not give Parted Seed to Proto Coup because that's horrible diminishing returns. Okay, that ought to do the trick. So the Canif, I almost just said it. I almost just casually said it there. Like it's fucking, you know, 2000 and, you know, 2018 or something. I just about to blurt it out. Anyway, yeah, but the Canif thingamabob is really good for the Tristan fight because Tristan is sure hit and, you know, it's invulnerability, so. I was about to just casually fire that one off. So I gotta get away with this, right? Okay, Brave Chain, probably do Chain K. Yeah, this song is kind of loud. Good song though. I do need to update our playlist. It's been a while. I added a few songs recently, but I really should add like 40 or 50, right? I really need to spruce it up a bit. Chat, because I'm trying to do a QP daily on my phone on the side here, I messed up, and I'm not 3-turning. I'm 4-turning, and it's a setup that can 3-turn, because it like 100% of the time, but I just didn't click the right buttons. Gonna turn my FGO license in now. Delete account. Yeah, my main account's down the tubes, boys. We're all washed up. We're all washed up. Can't even 3-turn a QP daily. Guys, I never actually beat any content in FGO. All my YouTube videos are actually made by a bot. And like the bot just like runs an algorithm until it figures it out, and then you take the best run and you put that on YouTube. You know, I don't even know how to play this game. Like, what is it? I don't even know what this button does. Knew it, right? Alright, let's see. 100k. Kinda wish I had an AoE and P right now. David can do 100k. Just gotta get his NP before he dies. Should have saved David's first skill for this turn. Don't. Of course it's David. Let me think. Do I evade David? Yeah, I think we do. And then we NP on Hans. No NP on 100 face. Dude, we actually lost a trash stage yesterday. We lost to Enforcement Knights. Beat Mordred though, first try. Although it was a little close because of the Nobukatsu thing, but I'm not gonna lie, buff Dave. I kind of wish I hadn't done David's buff quest because he is just so freaking good now. Like he's all that standard support that's always been good and has always been good in Camelot because it's obviously good for the Mordred fight and Gwaine and things like that. But then now that he's got the damage as well, it's like he is just like the budget archer now. Like I think he's better than Robin as the just universal. Well, I don't know about that. It's good on this account because this account sucks and it can't do any kind of synergy right now. But the thing is, like Robin absolutely can double NP faster than David. You know, David's more straightforward and has nice team value while being straightforward. But Robin gets to do the NP with the golden rule. Maybe even use his star bomb to crit with an art card, and he just get another NP so quickly. And they actually still do hit a bit harder than David's generally. So for pure damage, Robin probably is better, but David keeps up, and then David gives you all that other stuff, as David gets completely destroyed here. Yeah, let me just do anti-beast. Should win right here. I need to do Protoku's buff quest. It would actually be useful. Are there beasts in Babylonia? A lot of them don't count as beasts. I mean, there is the Taiga fight, but I'm not worried about that one because I got Siegfried and George and all that. That should be fine. But I guess what I need to level next is I'm telling you, I know this for a fact because I've played this game many times. With the state that this account is in, the fight that would actually screw us is Corrupted Ushi. I could probably beat Tiamat right now. I think this account, even if I don't summon a support to help me, I could beat Tiamat right now. But I actually don't think this account could beat Corrupted Ushi without like summoning a support to carry. Because I have absolutely no AoE. I think we'd get completely wrecked. So I probably need to level like a Rosh next. Yeah, Tiamat is pretty free. I mean, I will say this, Tiamat's a little bit harder than people think when you are on a very weak account, because the longer the Tiamat fight goes, the worse it gets. The debuffs get disproportionately out of control versus the buffs you get. And so if the fight goes on for a really long time, you start just getting melted every turn. But even on a piece of Garbo account like this one, you can normally kill Tiamat quick enough that you don't just explode. But Tiamat is absolutely harder on a weaker account. Like disproportionately so. You know, everything's harder on a weaker account, but that fight gets even harder than like the difficulty increase you see on some of the other ones. Tristan came home, well, grats, because I assume you like him. And then I gotta say, gameplay-wise, Tristan is just such a good unit. And on NA, he doesn't have his big buff yet, but he's still really good, and the buff is coming, so he just gets better. And even with his NA kit, he's still great, because he still has good damage, good team survivability, some nice niches. You know, very, very, very powerful, and got the sure hit, all that, upgraded NP. And then on JP now, you get the team-wide buff removal, which is just so good. And you obviously have his enemy buff removal, which is really good. Or your team-wide debuff removal. I think I said team-wide buff removal, which would actually be bad. If you had a unit that removed their own teammates' buffs, that would be awful. Let's see. Do I just summon Jason? I guess? I'm assuming there's gonna be a tough Lancer and Archer. Please don't put the Lancer or the Archer in the front. I'm hoping the front is like Lancers and the Archers in the back. I don't know. Hold on. What do I do then? Let's do that. That way if I need David quickly, it'll still come out quickly. Hey, Rabbit. What do I give Siegfried? Thinking I'm going to use him for normal card damage mostly. I wouldn't hate though having his NP. This is a weird pick, but I'm gonna go with that. Alright, if things go really badly, do that. Alright. Man, I'm not worried about Lancer or Tori at all, though. I'm worried about Ozzy. I'm worried about Ozzy, the Demon Pillar, a little bit of Lancelot, and then Corrupted Ushi. Those are the fights that I think are gonna be a problem. We don't really have anything for Ivan right now, but we will by the time we get there. Guadia, we need a level of Asterios. Oh crap, I need a level of Asterios anyway because of Gorgon and stuff. Yeah, you may not use Asterios for that many fights, but there's like 3 or 4 main story fights that he makes a lot easier, and all you gotta do is level him to 60. You don't really have to do any fancy stuff for him. So yeah, I need to do that. These are not Enforcement Knights. These are a little bit smaller. I don't even know why I'm bothering with the taunt right there. Should have saved it for the next fight, I think. The Doorman fight in Lost Belt 4 is so far down the road it doesn't really matter, and that fight's just so easy. I'm not worried about it. I could probably beat it with Siegfried right now, to be honest. Like just any knight class that's worth half a damn, and like everyone, like I already have. I did it off stream, but I already bought the command code to remove a debuff. I already got it. It's 300 mana prisms, right? Which is nothing. So that fight's joke battle. The fight that's gonna be harder in there would be like a Buki and Tunican. Especially Tunican. That's actually gonna be pretty nasty, I think. But that's not for a long time. I'll probably do Lost Belt 6 on the Herc account before we do Lost Belt 4 or 5 and all that on this one. Twin Peak game, let's go. Oh, you mean Arjuna Alter? I don't know what the God knows what we're doing for that one. Limbo is not really the part that matters there, it's got Juna. What is this stage? Like, we fought Mordred, Gwaine, Enforcement Knights, and now they're just throwing this at us. Filler, apparently. I should have done Siegfried's art card, but I was kind of just mashing. It's a bit of a mistake. Getting his NP could be useful. Oh man, you know, honestly, the Karen and Herc fight, if I had to fight it right now and I couldn't summon a support to really help me, like I'm doing right now, where I'm keeping the supports really minimum, we'd have a hard time. We'd have a really hard time. I actually don't think we could beat it. Like, I'm serious. The way that fight is set up, I don't think this account could beat it without summoning stronger support. Like, sure, I could just summon like any Avenger and then I'll win, right? Or a good AoE Berserker, things like that. But I do not think this account has. It would have to get carried. It does not have the units that it needs yet. It's not that far off though. Like, it's got a few things it could level. If it got some skill rank stuff, that it would be all right. So by the time we get there, we'll be totally fine. Wish I'd used that art card on Siegfried earlier. I need George to die. Do I just NP with Jason because? Or do I want to wait? I should wait because David will show up and give us charisma. So I just need to get Siegfried. Wait, are you talking about the U fight I see? Are you talking about the U fight where she does like the NP every other turn or whatever? Dude, I remember there was, I think it was Slice's stream or something, where multiple people in the chat were saying that fight was super hard and not fair to like free to play and stuff. And I was like, dude, you can solo that with a level 1 Medusa. And people thought so many people thought I was trolling. And I was like, no, you literally can do that. You can solo that with any unit in the game. Like you can solo it with any unit in the game. It can be Spartacus, it can be Jason, George, right? Cairo, you know, even that can handle it. You literally, and you don't need like some fancy, you know, command code that like you could miss, right? You literally just take one command code from FP summon. Right, the fucking dot clear from FP summon, and you can solo it with anyone in the game. Anyone, like even if you're being counterclassed, you can do it. Yeah, I recorded soloing it with a level 1 Spartacus, but I never posted it because it's just too easy. And but it's like a meme, so I probably should have, but still. Like I remember, I realized you could solo that like the first time I did it. I was like, yep, you could just beat this with anything. It's like there's no way you could lose. Okay, let's get George out of here. Okay, we get our Siegfried NP. Although to be safe, I could have board changed there, but it should be alright. I wish my Siegfried was NP too. If we get a free 4-star, I'll probably pick him. Kind of fun on this account. I've always wanted Siegfried to be my main saber on an account before, so I'm kind of enjoying it. Not that he's really ready right now, but one of these days. Why is George still alive? Also, damn it, they cast their giant defense buff. Hey, Chiron. Alright, come on, give me David. Watch them like triple buff, you know, they all get the defense buff again, so it's even worse. Thankfully that cancels their turn. Feels good. Okay, well hopefully our double attack up makes up for their defense buffs. What am I doing this turn? Guess I'll do that just so if I get attacked, get more NP gain back. I don't think I'm going to need to NP again though, we should be fine. That was not great. I blame the defense buff. Well, at least we got the one we were counterclassing. Ooh. I just kill the one, they only get 1 NP. Man, Jason got absolutely smacked there. Alright, just kill the one and we're good. There's the Arknights music. Dude, so last night, for those that watched, you know, I was on 510 and I was having a hard time. And then, you know, I did that big brain play where I brought Lava top. You know, we almost won, but not quite. But then I realized, way after the stream, I was about to go to bed, and I was like, wait a minute. Because, you know, I brought Lava because I figured Lava would, you know, like, magic damage would do well against those big, like, brute guys in that fight. Because magic normally kills big, brute enemies, right? And there's a lot of them, so AoE. But then I was like, wait a minute, those guys have, like, crystals coming out of their body, and video games love making crystal enemies, like, resistant to magic. So then I booted up Arknights, I checked the enemy information, and what do you know, those enemies have way more magic resist than they have physical defense. So that lava wasn't doing half as well as I thought. So I'm gonna try like the same setup and just switch lava out for like literally any physical damage, and it'll probably work. The bad thing is I don't remember our setup anymore. I was like min-maxing that setup, you know, on stream yesterday, and I don't remember the details of it. So I deleted the team on accident, so it's farming. So yeah, I'm gonna have to kind of figure that out again. We'll probably get it though. We were so close last night. Ooh, I like that. Give me more of those. Watch the VOD, yeah. I'll figure it out. We'll probably get it today. Yeah, I think Arknights is great. There's a lot of just good gameplay. I think it's a way more gameplay focused game than a lot of these other mobile games. You can just sit down and enjoy a lot of good challenging stages. Okay, we're fighting like every class under the sun here. So I feel like Archer is probably the best thing. Okay, no more Nobukatsu. That's enough of that. I mean, it worked, but we'll go back to Paris for now. Keeping it bronze. Man, that was a silly thing. It did demonstrate what I was talking about though, with Mordred being much easier than Gwaine. I still had to make a good setup and everything. It's just the fact that I was able to win it while bringing Nobukatsu just shows how much easier it is. We'll probably work in Nobukatsu again. Chat, do we bring Nobukatsu again when we fight Mordred at the end? Because that final fight with her is a bit harder. Because she's AoE from the get-go. Yeah, I'll fuck it. We'll do it. We'll do it. It makes it a harder fight, right? Which it needs to be, because compared to Gwaine, because it takes the same classes, you know, it's not that big of a deal. So yeah, we'll stick with Nobukatsu. It's kind of fun actually, because he does have some, not a lot, but he has some synergy with David. Kojiro, I need to grail him soon. It's like the only unit I'll grail. I don't want to grail until we get through 1.0, but I think Kojiro will be the exception because he's a 1-star. So I'll probably grail him really soon, actually. Guess this setup's fine. Probably cut that. It could be just sabers at the end though. Okay, I'll do that. Actually, I'll do it that way. Alright, go get him. The Nobukatsu and Mordred rivalry continues. Oh boy. Shame we don't have our own Mordred to murder Lancer Artoria with, but we got Siegfried, so I'm not worried about her at all because of that. If I didn't have Siegfried, I'd be worried because I haven't leveled any sabers other than him. And honestly, just throwing like Caesar at Lion King is not the best thing. You need a bit more than that. Lion King can be hard for some accounts, absolutely, but Siegfried ought to shut it down. Yeah, she can wipe your team out pretty quick, and most accounts like don't know how to deal with the Pearson vulnerability. Double Caesar. Caesar is better for that fight than he used to be though, just because his NP's been upgraded. So just get damn NP and you'll do so much damage. Assuming you've done his upgrade. I feel like a lot of people, I don't know, I think it's back and forth. I think people that rush the story, where they want to like get the main story done before they've really even played any events, they just get carried. I feel like people that want to just bulldoze like that, they're just summoning Morgan, God Juna, Hercules, Kualter, Merlin, right? That's all they're summoning from their support list. And they're just cheesing everything. And they're just trying to blast through it because they think every other event is story locked, which like none of them are. They haven't done a story locked event in so long. I can't even remember the last time they did it. Anyway, that's what I think most people do. And then the people that don't want to do that, they take their time and they actually level stuff up. You know, they're like, oh, no, I'll wait a bit. I'll do a few events before Camelot. That way I got my units leveled and, I can fight everything proper, right? I think that's probably the two most common mindsets. Either rush, 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 and if rushing, use supports to choose everything. And then the people that don't want to do that, I think, they just wait, right? They just do events, they just build up their forces, and then do it later, right? I think I'm rare in that I like to do mostly the story and not really farm events or even dailies, but then I also don't get carried by support. Because I think it's really fun, actually. I think it makes you, you know, have to stop and think, which is nice. I have no idea why Oniland is story locked. Yeah, and that's one of the last times they did it, honestly. And that was on for JP. That was so long ago. Yeah, Maze Event was, Oniland was, but that's about it. I think the Maze Event was the last time they really did it in a serious way, now that I think about it. Because 4.5, they basically said, you know, if you haven't caught up on the story, it might have spoilers in it, but they still let you do it, right? You can still do it on whatever account if you wanted to, and that's what they should always do moving forward. Story locking events is dumb. Now, by all means, if you want to make an event that's supposed to be aimed more at in-game players and it's supposed to be harder, you know, like how CCC was and stuff like that, that's fine. And you can just tell players, okay, you know, this isn't really aimed at new players, you don't have to do it, but if you want to, you know, give it a shot, go ahead, right? And because here's the thing, most of the time where they make events that are a bit harder, you can still just cheese it with supports. Like CCC, I don't think there's any fights in CCC that you can't just cheese with a bunch of, you know, bullshit supports and stuff. So, and that's how everyone plays the game nowadays, right? Hardly anybody plays, you know, goes through the easier content with their own units, right? It's pretty rare. So yeah, I think they should just let players do whatever they want in whatever order they want. And really, because they know everyone is always summoning level 90 and level 100 friend supports, they need to make the early game harder. Like 100% they need to make the early game harder. They need to do what Arknights just did. Arknights just added a permanent system where they give you a bunch of like XP and things like that to help you level up units early on. And it's in the game forever. They need to do something like that. They kind of have. They just did it. They always make it shitty. They need to do an actually good job. And this one, they need to give you like skill gems. Like, hello? You need to be able to play through the main story and have the main story give you skill gems, right? And then a few more XP embers. They do an okay job with that, but give a few more XP embers, a few more ascension mats, you know, a few more hero proofs, Void Dust, but mainly skill gems. Just give the player a lot of that stuff so they can play through the game more smoothly, and then make the early game harder. So you can't just cheese everything with LOL Morgan or LOL God Juna or whatever you're summoning, right? Like, I don't think it's a good game. Like, I don't think it's a good game how, like, that's what everyone does. It's boring, too. It makes a lot of people quit. I mean, I've seen that. Most people are going to pick the path of least resistance, even if they don't enjoy it. That's just human nature, right? So most people get into the game, they see the support system. You know, they don't have to be told about it. They don't have to be learned about it. Any dumbass can take 5 minutes in FGO and realize, hey, look, I can just summon all this level 100 OP nonsense. Oh, Berserkers go burr. Well, there we go. Everyone slots got Juna, Morgan, and this Coulter guy. I'll just use that and kill everything. Right? It takes no brains to do that. Almost everyone naturally does that because they feel like they're supposed to do that. It's kind of like you play Dark Souls and they just put a giant fucking sword in the middle of the road and that sword just like one-shots everything, even if everything else in the game doesn't. Everyone's going to use that sword and be like, oh yeah, that's just the game. Right? That's how people are. That's why you don't put some bullshit OP sword in the middle of the road like that. So yeah, I think they need to either limit the support system when you do the main story, or they need to make the early game harder so it actually accommodates for people using all the resources they have available to them. Because it's not just being able to summon a friend's God Juna or Coulter or whatever. You also get a free Ascension. I mean, all new accounts now get 1 free max Ascension. They get a free 5-star, and they get the support system, and they get the follow system. Everyone has that. So you have a free max ascend, a free 5-star, a super OP friend, no matter what, and then you're fighting, you know, fucking Casterku with like, you know, 19k health. Wow, this is fun, right? And then Saber Alter has like 30k health. Oh man, right? And then, you know, Orleans 40k health. Look out, right? I mean, it's a joke, right? It's an absolute joke. Nothing is scaled for anything even halfway competent until kind of Camelot. But even Camelot, if you just summon God Juna, Herc, Morgan, you know, that kind of stuff, you can just absolutely melt it with a terrible team, right? And like, if it's super terrible, you might just die to Gwen and stuff, but still, it's not that hard to deal with. It's not a good game, you know, it does not teach people how to play, it makes them bored. Then when they do fight something like Gwen and just get wiped out, even if they did bring God Juna or whatever, they don't understand the game, so they think it's cheap. And like, oh, I'm supposed to have my own unit like God Juna and summon a friend's unit like God Juna, and that's how you're supposed to, you know, strong arm this. That's all they're going to think, right? And I've seen that countless times from players where that's how they see the things in FGO, and it's because it's early game, it's just shit. Camelot keeps up if you don't summon a support. right? If you use story support or you summon a unit from your support list as strong as your units, Camelot keeps up just fine. But if you're summoning, like for Camelot, like Gwaine, if you're summoning, you know, Fujino, Hot Wheels, Hercules, any of that, you know, it's going to be really easy. And the thing is, that it was actually always like that, though, to be fair. Most people were just too bad at the game, and those things were rare. That's the main thing. When you got to Gwaine on the JP server back in the day, most people didn't have, like, level 90 archers. They just didn't. The Grail system hadn't been in the game very long. It was a lot harder to ascend units back then on the JP server. Not so much on NA, but on the JP server it was. So your support list was not full of a bunch of berserkers and archers that could just slaughter Gwaine. They existed. Like, they always existed. A lot of the units that can murder Gwaine today are in the same state today as they were back then. You know, some of the units haven't really changed. It's just they were rare. They're not rare anymore, right? They're not rare at all anymore. Your support list is almost nothing but super, you know, beefy, OP, you know, grailed units and stuff. So that's the main thing. I mean, seriously, let's look what we got here. I mean, we got, you know, Gilgamesh, you got my Billy there, you know, even these. Look at this, MP4, 10 to 10, you got the Max, right? There's Hot Wheels, there's Fujino, right? And if you scroll down to like the RAM, I mean, look at this, you got fucking Orion, look at all these gills, like look at all these maxed out gills. You know, there's a Uriel right there. There's another. Look, not even my friends list. This is not even on my friends list. This is a random, so this could be anybody, right? Level 100, MP5, 10, 10, 10, Fujino. Oh, how did that get there, right? Like, I mean, look at all this stuff. I mean, even some of these that are a bit more scuffed, like skill rank wise, you know, they're still really high level. I mean, there's Orion. You know, even the Sei can do it. MP3, 10, 10, 10, right? Look, Koro can do it. And, you know, she's just level 80, but 10, 6, 10, 10, MP5. I mean, that's more than enough. Right, this stuff was a lot rare. You didn't see this stuff super commonly, you know, back when Gwaine first came out on JP. You did kind of on NA, because NA had the dailies sooner and all that kind of stuff, so everyone had, like, leveled a lot faster. But, yeah, it's so easy to run across, like, some really powerful, you know, leave it to me emote unit these days. Let's see. Let's go Cursor, I guess. Gotta switch around the craft essences constantly. I'll tell you, the Leave It To Me emote from Genshin Impact is like really good for describing getting carried by the support list. It's like pretty spot on there. You know what, let's just throw 3 assassins at it, it'll be fine. Who do I give what? She kind of just wants a normal card damage, too bad I don't have anything for that right now. I might just do this for the attack stat. I guess this is better than... Alright. I don't think you necessarily want to make it where people can't summon supports for boss fights, because like it's okay to do that every once in a while. I think it's good to do it every once in a while because it encourages players to get off their ass and level their own shit, right? Like you need to be able to stand on your own at some point, right? So having fights like Demeter every once in a while and Zeus and stuff, that's fine. I think doing it every once in a while is good, and maybe once per singularity. Have one boss fight per singularity. You know, and you can make it medium difficulty. It doesn't have to be like the hardest thing ever, but that's fine, right? Like you make one of the boss fights in Camelot, you have to use a story support or whatever. That's okay, or no support, right? You can just use 6 of your own units if you want to. That's fine, but I wouldn't do it for every boss fight because that's not fun, right? People want to be able to use their friends' units and do silly combos and solo and stuff like that, and that's fine. So I wouldn't make it a universal thing. You need to just, there's a few ways to approach it, right? You can do what Arknights does. Arknights makes it so anything you summon from your support list can't be stronger than anything you have. However, that doesn't really work in FGO because you have the free Ascension, right? Everyone gets a free max Ascension. So that would run that idea. So that doesn't really work. That would be a great way to address it, but unfortunately it's kind of too late for that. But your other things you could do is just make the game harder. You make some of the boss fights harder, and you kind of then encourage people to summon strong stuff from the support. You know, or you can, this is another way you could do it, is greatly incentivize using the story support. Allow people to cheese things with Orion and everything else if they want to, but then hey, if you beat this stage with the story support, you get like some free skill gems, some free void dust, some QP, right? Stuff like that, like so that you kind of encourage people to get good, if you will, because they don't want to pass up the loot. But if you're like, fuck it, I just want to get through this boss, they can still cheese it, right? So giving people options like that is fine. The thing is, ultimately, you can just cheese bosses with command spells if you want to. So, you know, I don't know what people are even complaining about half the time. But they do, my god, do they ever. I see so much complaining about FGO being too hard. Normally from, you know, scrubs, but what are you gonna do? Like, every time there's a new main story, everyone's always bitching. Every time. Every damn time. Although the one time it was kind of warranted was Fluffy, but half the people that were complaining about Fluffy, they wouldn't know the difference between Fluffy, Zeus, or you know, Gwaine. They have no idea what they're talking about. But Fluffy was not really scaled that way well. I could say pretty, like, he's just a little off. Now, I don't mind the idea of Fluffy, and I like that he's hard, that's fine. But I do think, like, the stat check element side of him was, the math was kind of just wrong, where it wasn't that reasonable on some of the more, you know, normal accounts. Wait, what are you talking about, Hergblurg? I think a lot of people actually enjoy challenging content. I think a lot of people do. I think this is what happens. I'm about to break out MS Paint, but I think I can explain it without it. So, vocal minorities really skew people's perception of stuff, right? And so people get this idea that it's like a bunch of casuals and then a few elitists, and that's it. That's not what the player base is like. It's just not, right? Most players are not like me. Most players are absolutely not like me, and they, you know, they're not wanting to do things with 1 to 3 stars or keep it minimalist or not rely on support. You know, most people don't play that way, and even if they like challenging content, they don't play that way. But also, the flip side, they're not these casual morons that complain because the tuna can fight double Gilgamesh doesn't work on, right? Most people aren't that either, right? Most people are kind of in the middle. They just, like, you know, they like to jump on the game when they feel like it. Maybe they do some farming. Maybe they, oh, have a new main story. When they do fight a big boss like Morgan or whatever, they want it to be worth a damn. And I think they can see where people like me are coming from when they're talking about all these useless filler fights and all the, you know, joke battles where you break 1 health bar and the fight ends. You know, I think a lot of people can get behind it. Yeah, that's kind of dumb and pointless. But at the same time, they're not wanting to do like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do all 1 to 3 stars and, you know, 1 to 3 star craft essences. You know, most people aren't doing that either, right? Most people are, you know, a nice middle ground. But I think people do favor on the side of wanting the game to be a bit challenging, right? I don't think they want it to be balls to the wall, just constantly beating you to death, right? Especially not farming. I think a lot of people want farming to be easy, but I think people are happy to have some fun challenge quests to make them think and have some major boss fights that matter and stuff. I think people get bored when everything's too easy, and I think people really hate when they feel like they could have beaten something that's supposed to be important and they could have beaten it with anything, right? They didn't have to have played well. They didn't have to have leveled up their units. They could have just beaten it with dog shit and won anyway. I don't think people like that. I think people like when they have to, you know, sit down and think a little bit and find their own way to deal with it, where their decisions matter, right? I think that's true for a lot of games. You know, people don't want to play like Hearthstone. They don't want to play like those PvE boss fight challenges in Hearthstone where you can just throw dog shit at it and win, right? You want it to actually, you want to have to think at least some, right? Otherwise it just feels meaningless. And I think that's most players. I absolutely think that's most players. I just think that gets buried under, you know, hyperbole and Reddit noise and YouTube comments and stuff, because I think a vocal minority ends up skewing people, where people think it's like, oh yeah, everyone's super casual and there's a few really super hardcore people. Where I just don't think that's the case at all. I don't think that's even remotely representative of the player base of FGO, let alone any video game. The thing about Fluffy, parts of it were tedious, but I think it was mostly just he was overtuned. At the last health bar especially. You know, he just got too many free stacks of curse, which means you either had to be able to live a long time to get rid of them, or you had to be able to do so much damage to be able to punch through it that most accounts just could not do that, right? Or they had to do it with such great, you know, so much trial and error, and they have to find the exact best setup, you know, possible on their account, and most people don't want to do that, right? Like, Fluffy just took it a little too far. And here's the thing about Fluffy, and I hate to say this because I love Fluffy, but, you know, this really is a problem with his boss fight. it's not actually that complicated, right? I did not have to big brain it to figure it out. You know, it's more about just the value demanded of you is a bit too high, right? Like that's the only problem. And I don't think it's a boring boss fight. You know, the stat check element to a degree is actually fun because it forces you to min-max like what cards you pick per turn, you know, where you put your NPs, what you decide. You know, it matters. But I do think they went too far with it, and it's a little silly. I think all you had to do to make Fluffy like a really good, reasonable fight is when you break his first health bar, have him get like 1 less stack. And then when you break the last health bar, have him get like 2 or 3 less stacks. And then that fight is still quite hard, and it's going to mess people up, and it's going to make them have to stop and min-max their team and make the right plays per turn, but it's not going to be insanely unreasonable for what they need to pull off, and I think that would make it much better. I do think the fight's better now, though, because I think shortly after most people beat it, they patched it so he wouldn't kill you after you won. Because I think a lot of people would get to that final turn and kill him, be on their last leg, and then the HP drain would kill them. But they took that, they changed that, so it doesn't kill you anymore. Which I don't think it ever was supposed to, and they claimed that it was just a bug, and I believe that. When you look at the other mechanics in the game that work similar to it, they don't normally kill you, especially if you've already beaten the stage. So yeah, I really do think it was a bug, so I'm glad that they fixed that. Yeah, I think Romulus was a great challenge quest. If I could pick a challenge quest to be in the game forever, that's definitely like one of the top ones on my list, because it's hard. You have to, a big part of it, and I love this, and this is why I don't like looking fights up on the internet. I don't want to see how other people do it until I figure it out. I don't want to look it up on the wiki. You know, I don't want to know that stuff, because the most difficult part about the Romulus challenge quest is figuring out the mechanics of it. Even on NA, where you can read the buffs and stuff, it takes a while to kind of figure out what you're supposed to do, and that is the funnest part about the Romulus challenge quest is actually, you know, thinking about, okay, what do I need to do? You know, okay, I need this to wear off in 2 turns, so I need to not hit it with this unit on this turn. You know, when do I need to, you know, phase tank the enemy's NP and actually have the buff, right? Like, I really like that. And then it's still hard, though. Even once you figure it out, you still need to play well. You still need to think about, like, when to get your NP, when to not get your NP, when to balance out killing the ads, when to actually focus on doing damage. You know, you still have, like, a balancing act there. But then it's not so unreal. You can beat it with so many different teams. I mean, you can beat it with a Siegfried setup, you can beat it with a Mordred setup, you can use Dion and those kinds of units for it, right? There are many ways to approach that challenge quest. You can do single target, you can do AoE, you can do a single target and an AoE DPS. I actually like doing it that way a lot. You can do double AoE, you can do double single target, right? You can approach it in a lot of ways as long as you make a good team and you play well. So, and that's like the goal, I think, for challenge quests, in my opinion. That's what they should be trying to do. I hope they bring Fluffy back for the memorial. I actually very much want them to bring it back, because I'm really annoyed at the video that I made for it. I'm like haunted by the video I made for Fluffy, because as soon as I let the stage complete, I realized that I could have just done better, right? Because here's the thing, I was doing Fluffy for a while trying to find a decent setup, and then the setup in the video was actually the first time I'd ever used that setup. Now, it's similar to the setups that I've been testing before it. But I had, like, George was a new addition, and I was kind of doing the turn cancel thing with taunt and stuff. And that was the first time I'd done a setup like that, and it worked, kind of. You know, I used 1 command spell at the end of it, even though I didn't actually need to use it. But you know, it was kind of shaky on that last turn. But if I had just reset and just done it again and min-maxed the team a little bit, you know, I could have swapped around some command codes. Like, I could have just given Ku the .clear command code, and it would have made the setup a million times better. There's a few things I could have done with George a little bit better, right? And if I had just like tweaked those things, the setup would have been way cleaner, and I'd have been way more happy with the video. But I was just impatient, because I've been working on it for like hours and hours on that fight, and I was just super done with it. But as soon as I let the stage complete, I instantly regretted it. I was like, yeah, I just spent hours and hours, and I wanted it to be over with, but I'm gonna be stuck with this video for the rest of my life, and I really should have put in the effort to make it better. And so I will forever be annoyed by that, because like literally just changing the command codes would have fixed like the problem. So I hope they bring the fight back, and I can just redo the setup and clean it up a little bit. Because just some minor adjustments, it's way better. The sad thing is, though, if they bring the fight back, they'll probably bring it back way down the road, and my Ku's going to be way stronger, and then I wouldn't need those optimizations. I won't need the command codes. I won't, you know, I could have, because I could have beaten it if I had just had Ku's 3rd skill unlocked. right? And without those optimizations. I could have done it without George at all. I could have put Hans back there or whatever, and it would have worked if I had just had Ku's third passive. But I have it now. I have Ku's third passive now. Now the fight's gonna be way easier. So I'm kind of sad about it. I don't know. I might actually... Fuck, I can't do this. Crap. I was gonna say I could summon my level 100 Ku from my other account, but you can't do that because you have to summon the... You don't have support in that fight. You have to use story support. Shit. Well, maybe I get that ult account ready. Maybe... Then... Oh, fuck! Then I gotta get Ku coins on the ult account, though. I don't want to do that, but, yeah, I don't know. I might try to make the video on the ult account and just, like, level up the budget units that I need and then make it over there. Because I kind of would like to do it in the context of what it was, you know, back then. I might actually do that. I really do want to make a, you know, fix that video. Because it kind of haunts me to this day, so. But, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I don't want to have to get Ku coins. Alright, what are we... Big Dragon, that's not a problem. Okay, no, this is not the music that we need right now. We need some more hype than that. That's better. And the music immediately dies. What is wrong with the music right now? What are we doing here? Let's restart this for like the 80th time. Hey, how the... Frenzy Chaos, thank you for the 25 months, man. That's a long ass time. That's over 2 years, man. Imagine subscribing to this channel for more than 2 years. That's that's what you call Stockholm syndrome. I think I do Kojiro's quick card first to get the quick resistance down. Oh, this is nice because we get the quick resistance down for Curse Arm. Because we'll get another quick resistance down from Kojiro's NP. That's actually quite nice. Two years of money wasted, absolutely. We did not do as much damage there as I would have liked, and as such, I feel like I should have waited for Stheno's NP just for the defense down. And Kojiro's having a bad time. No HP on that one. I like how I'm doing the quick attack last because of the quick resistance down and the quick up. Yeah, we need to grail Kojiro. I'm just a stalker. I mean, that's fair enough. Lurking for life, man. Chat, how am I supposed to get Stheno's third passive? Like, how am I? And the thing is, I'm not even sure I should get her third passive first, because her second passive is actually really good. Because it lets you use Cope Scope or K-Scope and then instantly NP, which lets you immediately remove buffs or charm and that kind of stuff. So I'm not sure it's actually worth doing. Roll story, I know, right? Fuck, I just realized I wanted to pick Siegfried for a free 4-star, but because it's the Stheno account, I can't really do that. I kind of have to pick Stheno, because, again, we need the coins. She doesn't need the NP rank, but she needs the coins. I've got a few Sthenos on my main account. I think I burned her back in the day. I think I have 2 right now, but I think I'd burned her in the past, so I think I've gotten her 3 times. And this dragon's actually killing everybody. All of our assassins exploding here. I know, the thing is you don't want to have to use her first skill like that though, because she might show up and the boss has no battery to drain, and you don't want to drain it. And also, you know what's even better is NPing vanilla and then using her drain and building up to another NP. It's really good options. Now, sure, sometimes it is totally fine to have Stheno use her first skill, get her NP, then instantly remove the enemy's buffs and whatnot. You know, that's fine. But sometimes it's absolutely what you don't want to do, and it's a really powerful option to be able to save that first skill and just NP with no help on, you know, at all, and just do it, you know, straight. Are we gonna die here? Okay, thankfully George will live because he has guts and double defense buff. He should be okay. And we might just kill with David. But yeah, that's so bad that all of our assassins die, that everyone's in here fresh, and then the boss is about to NP. That's how you wipe right there. You like, everyone dies to normal attacks, then the back row shows up, and they ult wipe to the NP. Like, that's how you lose the stage. Sadly, David's damage doesn't do, he doesn't get bonus damage on dragons. David's bonus damage is pretty specific. They have to be like a humanoid big boy. And it's because they have to be similar to Goliath. So it needs to be like Ivan, Darius, Paul Bunyan counts, which is kind of funny, you know, stuff like that. Basically, there's a trait in the game called Giant, and that's what it works on. And then things like dragons and, you know, big Kiara and demon pillars, those things are considered super large. It's a different trait. Fujino's is not like David's. Fujino's, they just have to be anything. So Fujino's won't work on Darius, and it won't work on Ivan, but it will work on things like demon pillars, you know, dragons, Tiamat, you know, those, you know, crazy big boy stuff. So yeah, basically you've got super large, which is your just, you know, monstrous big boys, right? And then giant is generally, not always, but it's generally things that are pretty humanoid. And then their size kind of just varies. They can be anything from just Darius to like King Potato Chips, right? Like they can be all over the place. But yeah, it's kind of confusing. They have like giant, large, super large. It's a bit conflated at this point. This is probably one of the Hassans, I would think. We'll do the typical. And then if I have to fight at neutral, we'll do that. Yeah, this game needs better tooltips. It needs way better tooltips. They're absolutely atrocious. At least we have enough team cost to actually bring stuff now. It was really annoying early on. The thing is, you get eggs while you're also getting other things in the raid. And most players don't even need that many eggs. So the only people that really need eggs are people that like God Juna and Jason, and then like every other unit that happens to come out that needs eggs. Where most people only have a couple of units that need eggs, and it's not a big deal. But the God Juna fans that also like those other units that come out, they have a bad time. Hi, that's me. Feels bad. I have never had a hard time though with eggs on any of my accounts. It's always been easy. Because generally I only like need a Asclepius, and that's it. And then maybe Jason, but generally not. I've actually never farmed an egg stage. I'm serious. On any of my accounts, I've you know, beaten them to get the SQ, but I have never farmed an egg stage. I just don't need them. Triple NP drain? Okay, guys. They knew they couldn't do any damage, so they're just gonna be dicks. Look at him critting for 600. It's nothing. Should have already cast this, but it doesn't matter. Chat, I want to grail Shakespeare pretty bad. One of my accounts will definitely do it, especially once it gets an animation update. I just hope they don't fuck it up. Just please make it a good animation update. I guess I just normal card these down. Every time I do this team, I always Chin Gong the second wave, and then the third wave is a boss, and I get destroyed every fucking time. Male equal better animation update? You know what, you might actually be right about that if you look at the track record, because you got like a Scath and Okita that just got super scuffed even though they're 5 stars, and Boudica. But then you get like Caligula and Lancelot and stuff where those were actually really good. Ushi's was good though. Ushi's had a lot of effort put into it, and way more than Boudica's. I'm trying to think, are there any male animation updates that were bad, like quality-wise? Now, subjectively, you might not like one, but in terms of like quality, with the amount of times they actually reanimate the body parts and stuff. Because Karna's had a lot of effort put into it. Okay, Hector, yeah, the thing about Hector is they did a fine job with his sprite, and they did a fine job with the attacks that are there, but Hector has one of the smallest animation sets I've ever seen. Like, it's tiny. It is so tiny. And actually, Castraku's kind of like that too, where he has a very small animation set. So those are two good examples of that. They're still, as those are still way better than Boudica's and stuff. It's not even close. I mean, Hector's is way better than Boudica's. Yep. I like how this time I saved Qin Gong, but it's not a boss fight, and Shakespeare could have just cleared this, and I would have been okay to have killed Hans. Like, it would not have been a big deal at all. Honestly, I think Ushi's animation update had more effort put into it than Scab's, by quite a bit, honestly. Scab's was just so lazy. 344. All right. I don't think Vlad counts because he didn't really get an animation update, right? They just updated his NP, and that was a long time ago. Yeah, they basically just refused to reanimate Boudica. They basically drew her one time, and then they just did paper mache with that one set. I think they like redraw her shoulders once, and that's it. Which is pretty damn lazy. I'm doing craft essences, gotta move it around. Alright. I have no idea what fight this is, but it's probably an enforcement knight or something. Man, I have not regretted making David one of my first, you know, properly leveled units on this account. That's been working out pretty good for us. Have not minded that. That is not what I wanted to do. I'm putting Ushi on the team just for Bond. David will be one of our first level 10 skills, I'll tell you that. Extremely high priority. Haven't we already fought a Spriggan that had 300k health in Camelot? What is the point of this? Or give it 500k health game. He has no gimmicks, so just give him 500k, it'd be fine. Shit. This is just silly right now. Nice crit. Dude didn't cast any skills, so I can't do the buff removal. Okay, Mr. Spriggan, could you cast a goddamn skill? It's like really common. Like, I just need one. I mean, I'm sure we can kill him without it because Spriggans count as giant. They count as like a humanoid giant. I don't know why, they're made out of rock, but I don't know, maybe Goliath was made out of rock. 98% on both of my units. How the fuck does that happen? Okay, game. Okay, and then David doesn't get a card. Goliath was a mech. I wouldn't put it past him with the nonsense they do in Fate these days. That feels good. Alright, let's see the damage. I actually think if I gave the attack up to David, David would do more damage because of his anti-giant. But we can use David at any time, so we'll see what Paris can do here. What is this pole? None of it. Oh. Oh. That's why it had less health. Excuse me. We here at Green Incorporated do not condone this poll or the stealing of channel points. I can point out that David did not have the attack buff from the Mysticode. And we do gamble the channel points from time to time. Do it again, do it again. Come on, game. Throw me a boss fight. Give me a real one. You know, Gwen and Mordred were fun, so like, you know, give me some stuff here. None of this trash mob nonsense. Lonely, I cannot believe you have that many channel points. That's insane. Can you imagine if this was Cairo stream and you could make me roll for 30K? Right? Do I just stream too much? Is that why? Is that why people have so many channel points? Like, good fucking god. Like, I know I've been streaming for years and there's nothing to burn it on, so it just builds up. But that's insane that people have like if this was Cairo stream, you could make him roll so many times with that. Like, so many times. What the fuck? Okay, I guess it's just a bunch of enforcement knights. Hey, Linux, thank you for the 1 year, man. Can't wait to see Rice Man in the Camelot movie. Yeah, from the hit mobile game Fate Grand Order. So excited. It's him and Hunterface are my favorite units. Yeah, dude. At least with Hunterface, it's like you can see the logic of, you know, they're lazy shits and they don't want to animate, you know, all those personas. But with Rice Man, it's just such a direct fuck you, right? They just wanted to give him his moments to somebody else. And you know what? I really hate this. They actually make Tristan look weaker because they removed Hunterface. Because Tristan is supposed to kill. He fights Serenity, Hunterface, and Cursed Arm all at the same time. And as they say, I mean, Tristan is a top tier servant, you know, all the Knights of the Round are. And if anything, he's especially dangerous. And he kills Serenity, he kills Hunterface, and he double downs with Cursed Arm, essentially. Right? Very impressive performance there. Where in the movie, it's just gonna kill Serenity and I guarantee you, they change shit so Serenity gets to look cool, right? She's not gonna just get destroyed by Tristan. She's gonna do some, you know, self-sacrifice, cry me a river, boo-hoo, nobody can touch me, poison, blah, blah, blah. And then, you know, they're gonna try to make her look cool instead of Tristan, right? And then they're just gonna have Curse Arm, you know, double down with Tristan, and that's that. Where, and you know, Curse Arm actually lives because of Gramps, but doesn't count. Anyway, but yeah, Hunterface is supposed to be there too, right? And like Tristan's supposed to just kind of, you know, he's OP, man. Tristan's strong, but yeah, not getting any of that. Feels Herc, man. Yeah, a little bit. The only anime that did not fuck over Herc was Doomsday Night, honestly. Although I think even they fucked him over a little bit. I think they had Emiya kill him an extra time. Just cut, like literally just cuz. Like, nah, fuck it, give Emiya another kill. So yeah, even they fucked him over a little bit. But I think Doomsday Night is actually the only anime that makes Hercules really seem really powerful and just way stronger than all the other servants there. It's the only one that does that, where all the other anime actually makes him look like a bitch. And they did it on purpose. Like, they did it on purpose because they wanted Artoria to look better, right? Like, they go out of their way to not explain, you know, that she's getting help from the Grail and he's being nerfed by the Shadow. Like, because they don't really have him get nerfed by the Shadow. Oh, I guess a little bit, but they don't really have the Shadow do anything in that fight. Like it does in the visual novel. Like in the visual novel, it you know, first off, it gets rid of his skin, so he doesn't get the damage resistance to the things that kill him, and that's why he dies like over and over. And also it restricts his movement, so like his ability to move around is way more limited. So the Grail is giving, you know, Saber Alter unlimited mana, so she can use Mana Burst 24/7 and spam Excalibur, and then the Shadow is nerfing, you know, Herc, and it's still at least somewhat of a fight, right? Where the anime doesn't explain any of that. And they're like, oh, look how strong Saber Alter is, right? That's all it is. And same for Unlimited Blade Works. You know, they have fucking Saber kill Herc in the graveyard scene. Like, seriously, go read the visual novel. There is nothing about the graveyard scene where you're supposed to take away from that, wow, look how good Artoria is, right? It's supposed to be, wow, this Hercules guy is nuts. And you thought he was bad in the Fate route, now you're really seeing what he can do, right? That's what that fight is supposed to be. And in the anime, like, ah, now fuck this Herc guy's a bitch, Artoria just kicks his ass. Right? It's like, what the fuck? I don't know why I'm casting Guts right now. Do I NP one of these guys? Yeah, I think I do. Take his buffs, kill him, so only one NP happens. But my waifu brought. You can have your waifu and still have, you know, Herc and Tristan not look like bitches. It's not that hard. Okay, I'm not a fan of art down because I need my art card to get my NP back. See, if Herc's your waifu, then they would just add a, you know, Rider Herc or, you know, Avenger Herc or whatever and gender bend it, right? And then that one gets like, you know, 9 lives plus. And super God Hand. Dude, I cannot believe the Bedivere scene with Gwen. I cannot believe that. Like, how is that okay? Right, like literally in the game, you know, you've got, you know, your servants, you got Mash, Leonardo da Vinci, and Bedivere versus Gwen, and you lose, and they straight up say they can't handle them and they have to retreat. And then in the anime, Bedivere just beats Gwen's ass! And then for some reason you retreat anyway. It's like, what? Like, what is that? Like, there's nothing that suggests that. And it doesn't even make logical sense. Look, you look at Gwen's stats and Bedivere's stats and everything, and their skills and MPs. It's like, what the fuck? Like, it's just so dumb. 9.5 lives, yeah. Magical Girl Herc. I wouldn't put it past them. This art down, though. Our extra attack is probably gonna give us the most. Okay, I was kind of expecting something to have more health here. It's a little disappointing. Well, kill the danger one. In many ways, Bedivere is the weakest of the Knights of the Round. You know, now he's not weak, but he's no Lancelot or Egwene, like absolutely not. Might as well NP now. I don't need my damage boost. Yeah, I tell you, Gwen and Herc both have like that same, you know, problem where they're so OP, but they're not the main characters, and so they just bullshit reasons for them to lose, and that's just the way to show off how strong someone else is. It's really dumb. Very frustrating. We don't really know how strong Agravain is because he doesn't have a character material book. He's not weak. What it kind of looks like off of like what you can infer from like his fight with Lancelot and stuff is, you know, if Lancelot wasn't weakened, you know, he wouldn't have been able to tie with him. But the fact that even when Lancelot is somewhat weakened, that he's able to tie with him is really impressive because most people couldn't do that. So he is very strong, but I'd say it's kind of obvious he's not as strong as Lancelot. But his exact abilities aren't known. The only thing we really know about him is his NP. He's got like that fucked up mind NP. That's like all they've ever really said about him. That's probably not his only NP either, so. Yeah, he refused to gift. He didn't want one. Yeah, he pretty much doubles down with Lancelot, but again, Lancelot is weakened, and Agravain's on like drugs or some nonsense, and he's like beefed up. So Agravain's buffed, Lancelot is nerfed. But Lancelot has a gift. Although I think Lancelot loses his gift, doesn't he, when he switches sides? But Agravain doesn't have one. So I mean, Agravain's he's strong. Like no joke, he's strong. But there's just no world in a fair fight, one-on-one. There's no way he'd beat Lancelot, and they don't imply that in the slightest. Like they make it pretty. It's kind of like with the Artoria Herc thing, where it's pretty obvious it's not a fair fight, and it's just not supposed to be. But again, most people, even if the fight's not fair, they'd get slaughtered by Lancelot. So the fact that he can do as well as he does is pretty impressive. So he's above average, no question. But again, his exact abilities aren't really known right now. You know, if they ever add him to the game, then maybe we'll learn something. These are probably the Hounds of Agravain actually right now. I think that's what this stage is. If that's the case, I need to maybe make a slightly better team. This is okay, I think. Alright. Yeah, Agravain is really interesting, actually. If you read all the stuff out there, because he's mentioned a lot of the past Fate works, and Nasu said some stuff about him, I think he actually really is interesting. He's not just generic, knight gone wrong or anything like that. Yeah, he's pretty interesting. And Bedivere even guesses that one of the biggest reasons for Camelot falling and Artoria dying is Agravain dying. Like him or hate him, he was one of the biggest contributors to keeping Camelot together. Alright, we got some damage coming our way here. I really hope he just add Agravain already. I think it's dumb he's not in the game yet. Do I Brave Chain for damage? Yep. I should have done Quick Art because I don't actually need NP gain, and Quick Art is more damage than Art Quick Art. I'd have gotten my NP either way. Well, time to NP. I was gonna say on Paris, but I might do it on David because he's got cards. I want the refund. Yeah, I've seen that Sanson gets his bonus damage on these. I don't really get why, but I know, whatever. I'll take it. I don't think they're evil though. They don't have an alignment. Don't really need the attack up, and there might be a final one with more health, so I'll save my skills here. CG Knights, yeah. I think Agravain will be Berserker or Assassin, I would think. I think they'll obviously he can be a Saber, but I think they're gonna try to find a reason to not make him a Saber because a lot of the Knights are already that. So they're gonna try to find a reason to make him a different class. Hope Mash doesn't die this turn. It's okay if she dies soon, but not, I want to do her invulnerability on David next turn for the battery and then the not dying. David fucking people up, though. Oh, he already got his NP. Excuse me. Well... works for me. I don't think he'd be a pretender, but, you know, they can contrive any bullshit they want. I didn't think Vortigern was gonna be a pretty princess moth thing, but, you know, they did that anyway. Can't always have what we want. Especially in FGO. Probably not gonna kill. Making me click buttons game. If I had a Buster card. I kind of like him to be an assassin just because there's not that many like higher rarity assassins that I like, and it does fit him. But I don't really care. It's like as long as it makes sense lore wise, I'm happy. So if anything, Saber is fine. I do think Agravain will get added eventually. Hey, look, it's Agravain! But I do think he'll get added eventually. It's just, it might be a minute. I mean, Jason got in eventually, right? They even said years ago that they wanted to add him. They talked about a bunch of NPCs that weren't playable, that they wanted to make playable. And they listed the ones that they wanted to add, and it was Sita, Agravain, Jason, Nukehead, there's someone else too. Basically, all of them are in now, though, except for Agravain and Sita, although Sita's in an arcade, but that's different. I don't remember who the other one was, so there was someone else that is absolutely in now. But yeah, there was just a bunch of stuff that they listed, because back then, Nukehead was first seen in Go West, but she wasn't playable. But she was in the story there, and so they said they wanted to add her, you know, after that, and they eventually did, and same for Jason, and so on. It would not surprise me that if things had gone differently, especially with arcade, I think we might have actually gotten Sita in Lost Belt 4. Like, I really think so. I think that they decided to put her in arcade instead, though. And I honestly do not understand why they didn't use Agravain in Lost Belt 6. It's just weird. Like, it's just weird that he wasn't there. Like, I don't know how to explain that. Like, it's so strange. Like, they've said they wanted to add him. That was such an obvious time to do it. he hasn't had any screen time in ages. The Camelot movies were coming out, right? It's like, what the fuck, right? It's just easy play there, and they're just like, nah, fuck him. Honestly, I'm kind of starting to get worried. The only knight of the round that I feel like is getting in now is Agravain. I don't think we're going to see Sir Kay now and stuff. I think there's just so many knights that I don't think they're going to add a lot of the other ones now, which sucks because I really want Sir Kay and Agravain and Boris and stuff, but I'm not holding my breath. Galahad might make it in just because of the MASH stuff, but in some ways MASH hurts him because they don't want to take away from the special snowflake, right? So if anything, they're more likely to do Galahad Alter or something like that. I'm not sure they ever want to add just straight Galahad because, you know, MASH's abilities are directly derived from his, so and her class is his class, so he'd just be a shielder and everything, and they don't want to take away from her. So his best odds of getting in are either as an alternate version, like, oh, now I'm a Lancer or whatever, or his alter self, you know, something like that. Or he's just like a costume for MASH, and he has the same abilities and stats and stuff, and you can only have one or the other on the team. But yeah, I don't see them adding like 5-star Shielder, Galahad, and Nagasha. I don't see them doing that because people, all the MASH fans that you know, are not stable or would freak out. You know, I think most MASH fans wouldn't care, but there'd be like, you know, 9 of them on Twitter that would, you know, lose their shit, and then for some reason we cave to these people. Okay. Also, welcome to Genshin Impact, where, you know, crybabies get shit done, apparently. I should not kill these mobs on the side because I'm giving the Spriggan more action. I was just thinking overkill gives more NP gain. Again, it's like, I think people have this idea that the majority of FGO players are like, you know, mentally unstable and like dependent on 2D waifu. And I think some people are like that, but, and obviously that's not healthy, but I don't think that's a common thing at all. Like, I don't think it's even remotely common. I think it might be more common in the FGO community and just mobile games in general than it is in like, you know, regular day-to-day life, sure. But I don't think it's even close to the, you know, the majority. I think like that, the Cersei post, right? The Cersei post, that's not normal. That is not normal at all, right? Like, and that person needs help far beyond the Cersei stuff, right? There's obviously bigger issues there than the Cersei stuff that person needs to deal with, right? And again, we don't need to be catering, you know, all of our game designs to these people. You know, I'm not wishing those people ill, right, at all. It's just that that's stupid to be, you know, designing things around that kind of stuff. Because yeah, ultimately, like Omega said, it's sad. That guy needs help, right? Like, I don't want to make fun of him, although, you know, if anything, what I make fun of is the people that, you know, think that's actually a reasonable mindset or the way that the game should be designed, right? That's what I want to make fun of, right? I don't really want to make fun of the Cersei guy because he probably is mentally, you know, ill, and, you know, there's, you know, bigger issues there than the Cersei stuff, right? But again, even though I wish him well and that kind of stuff, in no world does FGO need to be catering to that kind of thing. Like, absolutely not. You know, video games and movies and comic books, etc. do not need to be, you know, pandering to, you know, the 30 crazy people on Twitter, right? Like, that's not useful to anybody. Okay, we're about to have a bad time here. I think the Spriggan goes first. So I think I just David evade here. Please don't have the Spriggan hit David and have the Lancer hit David, because Lancer hits one of the other two that already lost their evade, that's fine. But if it hits David, that's a real problem. Now I could kill the Lancer, but that would give the Spriggan more actions per turn, which I don't really want to do that. I could NP. That's not really good enough. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna try to kill the Lancer soon. Maybe not this turn, but I want to also just get David's NP. I have no idea if the Cersei person was a guy or a girl, and really it doesn't even matter. Okay, game, fuck you. Just fuck you, game. So for some reason the Lancer went first, and he pinged off the shield, And although at least we're counterclassing the Spriggan, you know, the Spriggan obviously has a way higher attack stat, and it hits David, right? What is that, right? Like, what are the odds of, why does the Lancer go first? And then why did everything attacked David, right? Like, look at this, like, these, both of them have their evades. Yeah, no time to explain is a trip. I love how it lives up to its name. Like, the game's name is No Time to Explain, and it so lives up to that name. It's fantastic. I gotta NP this Spriggan, because I'm hoping there's not... But what if there's... Oh, what if there's another Spriggan, though? If there's... I should probably try to bruiser this down, because, man, if there's another Spriggan in the next wave, I'm gonna be pissed. Okay, that guy needs to die. That guy needs to die. He's making problems here. Alright, David. Come on. Maybe I should have had David NP a while ago and just started building up his next NP. At this point, we're committed, so... Fuck! Why does that Lancer go first, man? What a troll! Okay, well, we're good now. What do I want to do while I'm here? I mean, I guess Siegfried NP gain, but I don't really have any Siegfried NP gain. Oh no. Well, he gets the overkill. Can you do 2,000 with a quick card? No bust. Yeah, okay, I'll take a crit. Hey, look. There's another Spriggan. Well, we definitely made the right call there. Okay. This is fine. This is fine. So worth it that I saved that, though. $197 with just his own attack buff at level 1. Quite nice. Trying to get as much NP on David as possible. If there's another Spriggan, though, he's probably gonna die before getting his NP. I'll do what I can here. Okay, I'm gonna hope he doesn't get hit here, and then I'll evade next turn. And the thing is, the least damage the Spriggan will ever do is on his first turn, because he has no buffs yet. Where on the second turn, he's more likely to fuck you up. So I'm gonna do nothing on this turn, and then on turn 2, I'll evade David, and then on turn 3, he'll have his own evade back. So hopefully that'll let David live long enough to get his NP. So I am going to not use Siegfried's NP. I am going to... I could evade David, but then he gets the... No, this is fine. It's better. Yeah, it's Jason gets the defense down. Okay, I'm gonna use Jason's NP to... Art chain. Robin does have better NP damage than David. The thing is, David offers more than just damage to the team, where he gives the team better NP gain because he has an art deck. He gives them the evade, which is really big. He gives them the charisma. Now, that's not to say that Robin's not good. Robin is good, of course, because Robin is a very useful archer for almost any situation. You know, male, female, Spriggan, dragon, right? He's just good, straightforward DPS. He's got his own survivability. He makes a bunch of stars. You know, that's all great, right? Robin is awesome, but David can keep up on damage to an extent. I mean, obviously Robin is definitely more damage, but David is comparable in a lot of situations. And then also David just gives you so much support, and also David can stay alive really easily with his first and second skill. Ideally, though, you just have both, right? Having both of them is really good. Man, our NP gain for David here is pretty pathetic. Dude, there's multiple people that had like freaked out about a Reshigal. Like that's Dude, that kind of mindset, like I said, it's not healthy, and then when game developers cater to it, which they absolutely do, it's bad for everyone. It's bad for normies because you make the games worse, and I don't think catering to that kind of thing does those people any favors. Like, not at all. Could do David's first kill to just, yeah, because we don't need to go even longer, right? Like, the fight's over next turn if David doesn't die. Look at David running the health back, though. Basically, people are mad that in the actual legend, Ereshkigal marries Nurgle. And they just assumed she had married him in Fate, but then because of this nonsense, you know, they predicted it in advance, right? They didn't respond to this nonsense, but they made because when Ereshkigal was first like put into the game, they didn't talk about Nurgle really at all, right? Which is Babylonia. But as they added Ereshkigal as a playable unit into the game and stuff, they contrived some bullshit nonsense to where in the Nasuverse she's never married Nurgle for some fucking reason. It's so dumb, right? And they just did that because my waifu. That's the only reason they did that, right? It's dumb. And there's just so many people that, like, you know, they fear the Nurgle dick apparently. And same for Muramasa with Castoria and everything else. It's just ridiculous, dude. It's so unhealthy. It's absurd. It makes bad storytelling. You know, it's just, what a joke. I mean, it's embarrassing. I think it's actually embarrassing when, you know, like the game that we like actually caters to that kind of nonsense. It's just terrible writing, and it's unhealthy. And like I remember Arthur used to have a voice line where he mentioned his master from Prototype, and then they removed that because, you know, my Hospindo too. I almost said Horsepindo because I say that so often. Well, I had to turn my fan on, getting kind of warm in here. God, there's a video about it. I don't even want to know. Wait, where? Oh, there we go. They make you go back to the stage you were at prior. Oh no, I agree. People that get like that warped, they've lost sight of what's important, right? Like when you're prioritizing things like that, your priorities have gone wrong, and you need to take a minute and collect yourself. Like abso-fucking-lutely. And I've seen a lot of people saying that about the Genshin community, and I agree. I think same thing. If you're getting that, if you're review bombing Genshin Impact and other games because you didn't get enough free stuff in a video game anniversary event, you have absolutely lost the plot, right? Like, so hard. You have gone way off the rails here, right? So it's like back up, right? Like, you gotta relax here, right? And by all means, be invested in, it's fine to be invested in things or care about things or talk about things, be interested in things. That's totally fine, right? But people a lot of times take it way too far, right? Because, you know, I can rant and explain and talk about the game industry and good decisions in the game industry and bad decisions in the game industry. You know, that's what I make my living from. But, you know, I'm not going to actually go, you know, around one-starring a bunch of games, you know, throwing tantrums and you know, losing sleep over these things, right? Like, it's you know, you're just... take a step back, right? You know, it's not like my, you know, my brother didn't die because FGO doesn't know how to make a fucking main interlude, right? You know, I don't wake up with you know, I don't become blind because, you know, FGO doesn't have a safety net, right? I didn't lose my left hand because of this, right? Like, it's not that bad, guys. You know, it's just really dumb game design. Relax. Hey, boy. Lost told me you wanted a nickel. This is some bullshit right here. Chat, what if I'm 5-heading? No, 6-heading, because 5-heading would be a nickel. But what if I'm big braining and you know, I told the internet that I hated nickels years ago because I predicted that I'd get a lot of people throwing nickels at me and I'd make more money, right? Although I feel like if I was gonna do that, I should have said a quarter. right? I really feel like if that was the plan, a quarter would have been a much better coin to have picked. Now, look at these nerds. Look at these absolute nerds in my chat right now just throwing nickels at me, right? Dude just vaguely mentions not liking nickels and it's just like, have another one. I tell you, I don't think I'm ever living it down either, right? Here's the thing. Memes aside, nickels do suck. I'm serious. Cairo was defending nickels on his stream the other day. Nickel? He's like, oh, it's like the little brother of quarters. Yeah, it's like the lame little brother of quarters, right? You know, the quarter's like the Chad, right? You know, it's a nice coin. You're good for flipping for heads and tails. You can hold it in your hand. It's not gonna fall between your fingers. You know, you can see the heads and tails clearly. You know, it's also enough money to be useful. You can buy something from a vending machine with it pretty easily, right? You know, quarter, you know, it gets shit done. The nickel is like, I'm a quarter, guys. It's like, no, you're not. You're a piece of shit nickel. You're worth nothing, right? But you have the audacity to be bigger than a dime, right? A dime is actually enough currency to get something done, but it's not, you know, it's not even that big. And then for some reason a nickel is bigger than that. For some reason, right? But then it's worth nothing, right? What a terrible currency. Terrible. Who's that? Imagine playing like Dungeons and Dragons or, you know, some board game and you're deciding who goes first or something and you flip a nickel. Like, you flip a nickel, right? No, you flip a goddamn quarter, right? Fucking nickels, man. And I'm just getting... everyone's just throwing nickels at me now. Everyone's just throwing nickels at me now, which is clearly, you know, my plot. Because now I'm like... Because nickels are so worthless. Now I'm like 25 cents richer, guys. Wow, I really big brain this. Look how much money I'm making right now. All these worthless ass nickels. God. I know some people, though, unironically, you know, here's the thing. I get why people like coins. I like coins. I've liked coins for a long time, right? They're cool. There's tricks you can do with them. You can spin them and flip them and all kinds of more complicated stuff. You can, heads or tails nonsense for games. You know, it's nice. And, you know, some of them look cool. There's some legitimately good coin designs out there, right? But not a nickel, dude. They're just sad. Nickels are so sad. I can't think of another coin out there that I have so much contempt for, like I do nickels. And then Chad just makes it worse, right? And you bring up how shitty nickels are, and then everyone just I mean, look at this, nonstop. It's just so many nickels. I'm not talking about this anymore. We're just moving on now. That's enough fucking nickels out of chat here. Cairo was hating on half dollars, dude. Half dollars are awesome because, again, it's enough currency to do something with. And then they're fantastic for flipping because they're big, right? And they're really easy to see heads and tails on. They have a unique design, right? And the cool silver look, and they got some weight to them, right? That's a nice coin, right? It's still silver, half dollars and silver dollars are great. Pennies are kind of shit too. The only reason pennies avoid my ire is because they're unique in that they are like copper, right? That's cool. Copper's a good color, right? So that's all that saves it. But pennies are still, you know, worthless. I mean, who the fuck wants 1 cent? I mean, that is so worthless. But yeah, at least it's unique. Where the nickel's not unique at all. You've got the Chad quarter, and you got the cool brother, the dime, right? And then you have the loser brother nickel, right? Fucking joker. Alright, what do I need to summon here? Assassin is the best class, but we might need a caster, and I don't have a caster worth a damn on my account, so I'm gonna summon Shakespeare and then use my Kojiro. That's the plan here. Yeah, I know they've used actual silver roller and nickels back in the day and all that. I know, but they did that with other coins too that are cooler. I'm just saying. I feel like there's some people in my chat right now defending nickels that have never even thought about nickels, and they don't even like coins, right? Because like I've collected some coins, and I've got some rare coins out there. You know, that's fun, right? But there's people in my chat right now acting like nickels are the bee's knees when they've hey, Looking Glass with a lot of bits there. Jesus Christ, I don't know how Looking Glass does this. They just disappear for a while, and then they come back with like a billion bits. My God, but thank you, Looking Glass. I appreciate that. Not a nickel, by the way. Not a nickel. I don't even remember. I'm so warped on what bits even mean. I don't even remember. I think Is that $15 or some shit? I don't. That's crazy. But yeah, not a nickel. But yeah, thank you, Looking Glass. I appreciate it. Tier list for coins when I could do it. I know enough about coins. I could do a tier list for coins. By the way, the old. I'm really on a rant right now, but the old silver dollars are a million times cooler than the like fake newer gold dollar coins. A lot of people don't even know what those are, but they've been a thing for a long time. So you got like the fake gold dollar coins, and then you have the old, like really old silver dollar coins. The silver dollar coins way better. They look way cooler. The newer ones are they're okay. I don't hate them, but I mean they're inferior. Anyway, that's enough of this. Let's get an actual team going here. What? I guess I do that. This is okay. All right, this should work. This might actually be a boss fight, but we'll see. I would trade my old silver dollar coins for a nickel. This is so bull. I swear. Poi Poi's actually starting to save up nickels in real life. I swear. By the way, there's a. I don't even know why right now. I just cleaned my desk, but already somehow I have change on my desk, and this sound right here, this is a fucking nickel. And you know what I'm doing with this? I'm throwing it away. It's out of here. I don't even want to see it. Wasting money, by the way. Bullshit. I got some dimes though. Got some dimes here, so they get to stay. You know, they're nice. You monster. Yeah. Okay. Let's get the killing here. So I wish they did bits differently. So it's true that all of the bits go to the streamer where subs don't, but the Twitch is still full of crap, and they charge you extra though, right? You have to spend more money than the bits are worth to get those bits, right? Which is kind of lame. I really wish they didn't do that. But they are convenient, so I get why people use them. I buy bits too because of that, but it is annoying. They never let you directly support a streamer. They always got to take a cut. Even though I don't know why Twitch is so stingy. I don't really get it, because they already make so much money from the subscriptions, right? Because they take 50% of the subscriptions, and then the ad revenue, right? So they can just passively make insane money, and yet they're always trying to force streamers to play more ads. And the way they do bits and everything, like they're always they're always gypping themselves for making the user experience worse, because they're trying to be greedy. Short-term quarterly gains here, where because of that they're going to let other competitors get in the market, because the other competitors are going to make better user experiences, right? Like Twitch is asking for it, man. Like they really are. So I just got startled by a fucking nickel. I'm serious. There's another nickel on the desk, and it slid down an envelope and hit my hand. I was like, what the fuck was that? And it's a fucking nickel. I don't even know what to say right now. That's some bullshit. Alright, I'm doing this just so in case I don't kill it. I don't want to get NP'd here. They're attacking. I'm getting sentient over here. That guy did not even attack right there. Great turn. Well, free NP gain for me. Do I NP a 37k thing? I don't think so. Oh, I wish my skills were leveled right now. 9 stars, incredible. And nobody uses daily motion. They used to back in the day. I remember a while, and I mean 15 years ago or some crap. It used to get used a little bit, but they made their user experience even worse. Then YouTube got bigger, and then yeah, they died pretty hard. I think YouTube for the most part has done a good job of not pushing people away and not making their website too fucking obnoxious and that kind of thing. Where YouTube is really messed up is they've over-curated things to the point where they, like, you know, they've whitewashed things a lot. Like, a lot. However, they can get away with that. I feel like that's not going to lose them any money, because that doesn't really push creators away. It just changes the kind of content that's made on the platform, and that doesn't really get people to go look for alternatives and that kind of thing. YouTube just has such a stranglehold on the market, they really can get away with murder. Twitch is not like that. Like, I think Twitch thinks they're like that, but they're not. Like, Twitch can absolutely get... Oh my god, that is so lame that he just died. I swear there's gonna be a bunch of assassins now in the next wave. That sucks so bad. I like how he got his crit up and instantly crit Shakespeare. Okay, game. Anyway, I should have done Shakespeare's invulnerability skill. Yeah, Twitch could fall. Twitch could absolutely fall, and you know, they're constantly doing things to mess up the user experience. Oh look! Oh fucking look! Now Shakespeare would have been great. God damn it, dude. But yeah, YouTube is just got such a stranglehold that they're not going anywhere. And I actually think a lot of the mistakes Twitch have made is just helping YouTube. I think it would have been really hard for YouTube to really get into streaming, but YouTube streaming is getting bigger by the day. I mean, it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And I think a big part of that is because Twitch has not done a good job of expanding and of like keeping their users happy. Not at all. I think they've done a terrible job of that. And I hope they do better, right? It's in my best interest for Twitch to make good decisions, right? But they certainly have not, in my opinion. They've been very short-sighted. Yeah, YouTube's getting better by the day, and here's the thing. I don't think no one actually cares about Twitch. They just care about the emotes and then the streamers, right? So if it ever gets to the point where Twitch is just so many ads and then it's just so crappy, and then the other websites get their, like YouTube, get their emotes sorted out, no one's gonna care, right? If their favorite streamer goes to YouTube, they'll just watch them on YouTube. They don't care, right? Now, the funny thing is, it's not the other way around, though, right? If someone switches to Twitch and their users were always used to YouTube or Facebook or something, they won't necessarily start using Twitch, right? But everyone uses YouTube already anyway, right? So switching to YouTube isn't really a switch, right? Like if I started, I only ever streamed on YouTube twice ever, and it was before I was a Twitch partner. I didn't even have a Twitch back then. Not like a stream, right? I had a user account, but I didn't stream on Twitch at all. I never did. And actually, like some of the biggest streams, those 2 streams I did, even though it was a long time ago, I was a smaller channel and everything, my YouTube streams were way bigger than my Twitch streams. Like my first YouTube stream had like 350 viewers, right? Not my first one, right? That's crazy. So it's like YouTube actually, in a lot of ways, is better, right? And because everyone uses it anyway. So Twitch really does need to get their shit together, because yeah, like I said, it's in my best interest for them to get their shit together, and you know, I want the platform to be good. So because if I ever had to switch to YouTube, I wouldn't cry about it, right? I'd be upset about the emote situation and everything, but in terms of like visibility and discoverability, it's better than Twitch, right? So if anything, from like where I sit, it'd probably be better for me if I streamed on YouTube, right? But you know, I'm happy streaming on Twitch, you know, because that's where everyone's used to. That's where all remotes are and everything. So I'm totally fine with it. And you know, I want to make enough money to survive on Twitch and YouTube, but I'm not out there to. I'm not like, oh man, I gotta make every bit of money I can. I don't care about that. So I'm happy to stream wherever. But my point is, people, they're not like connected to Twitch, right? No streamer's like, oh no, I have to stream on YouTube now. No one feels that way. So when Twitch makes really stupid decisions, it's really easy for people to just, you know, fuck off. So I can sure hit. I might as well. I mean, when else am I gonna get value out of sure hit in this fight? Actually, discoverability on YouTube is a million times better than it is on Twitch. It's not even close. And I can say this because I do it, and also I just know some people that do. It's just obvious. Like, YouTube discoverability is so much better than Twitch. And the reason is you can be a huge, and this absolutely happens. You can be a nobody YouTube channel with like 5 subscribers and just happen to make a video that gets a bit popular, you know, a meme or something, and you know, the YouTube algorithm just suddenly favors it, and you can just get loads of views, and then you actually get a few subscribers that way, and you actually start going somewhere. That happens all of the time. I mean, that's happened to Cairo. Like Cairo, his YouTube channel for the longest time was, super tiny because he doesn't ever upload. But then he made that Ivan video, with the tree, all the silly NP animations against the tree, and it got loads of views, and he gained a chunk of subscribers there, right? That does not happen on Twitch at all, right? There is no, if you just start, you can start a YouTube channel vanilla, right? You have no subscribers, no one knows you, and it can be hard, but you can make some videos that will sometimes, get some traction and get some viewers, and you will slowly gain subscribers that way. Like, it's still gonna be really slow and everything, it can be really tough, absolutely, but it can happen. Where if you start a Twitch stream vanilla and no one knows you, right? You have no presence anywhere else, and even if you're a god tier streamer, you'll never get anywhere. Like, unless you get insanely lucky. It happens occasionally, but so rarely. And it's because if you have one viewer, no one will click on your stream. If you have one viewer, no one will click on your stream. But someone sees funny YouTube video, they won't even look at the views half the time. They see some meme thumbnail or something that the algorithm's promoting, and they'll just click it. And they're like, oh, that was great. And some of those people will bother to click your YouTube channel or subscribe. Not a lot of them, but some of them will. That just doesn't happen on Twitch. There's just no discoverability on Twitch. If you do not already have viewers, you will not gain viewers. There's no way. And that's why I always tell people, if you want to be a streamer, even a small time streamer, a lot of people, they don't want to be some big, 1,000 viewer streamer, right? They just want to have like 50 viewers or whatever. Right? Actually, some people prefer that. It's comfy. But if you want to do that, the best thing you can do is get some kind of following from not streaming. Don't try to stream from streaming, right? You have to get viewers from YouTube or Facebook or whatever the fuck, and then start streaming, and then tell them, hey, I'm streaming over here, and that way you have a few base viewers, so people will actually click on your goddamn channel. Because it is what it is. Nobody clicks a Twitch channel that has 3 viewers. Nobody does that. They won't even see it because you have to scroll down so far to find it, right? It just doesn't work. Where YouTube, you can have 2 subscribers and you can have a breakout hit video, right? It happens. So YouTube is a million times better for discoverability. It's still hard though. Like it's really hard, and it's because of supply and demand. Now, people are lucky that the demand for YouTube content and Twitch content is unbelievably high. There's so much demand for it, but there's also so much supply. I mean, there is so much supply. There are so many, content creators out there, and a lot of them have a lot of money, from doing YouTube a long time, or from their other business things and such. So they can put really high production value and things like that the average person can't match. So it's tough. I mean, it's really tough for people. I'm lucky as fuck. I'm just lucky as fuck. Right? I just happened to get a little bit of traction from Nero Fest and that kind of thing. I'm a baby. I'm a little baby creator, but I have enough viewers and stuff to sustain myself, right? But I got super lucky. It's so easy to just, you can be a much better creator than me and not get past 5 viewers, right? Like, that's easy. That happens all the time. I've seen people that are way better than me at presentation, and they have a good voice, right? They don't, they talk well, they speak good, that kind of thing. And they never get anywhere just because, it's hard, man. There's so many creators out there. Okay, let's see if Shakespeare can not spontaneously combust. That would be great. Do our Chin Gong Shakespeare Hans combo, because that's like the best we got in this scenario. This is such a threatening setup to Hans. When you look at these craft essences, Hans is being directly threatened right now. Like, it's great. I think my back row can be whatever I want, so we'll get Bond. I should bring Stheno. Ultimately, we need to get really high bond on Stheno just for coins. Like, for no other reason. I just need the damn coins. Okay, don't bring Riders. Like, I'll bring George, but Ushi is just death if we go back that far. Well, here's the thing. If FGO became a bigger game, I probably would do better, right? And if I did better, then I could put more production value into my stuff and that kind of thing. So sure, if FGO was a bigger game, I would do better. But if FGO was a bigger game, there'd be more competition. So the only way I would really have gotten like a free ticket there is if basically it was almost exactly as it was, but when it came to NA, it blew up more. right? Because I got a head start because I played JP. I already knew stuff. I already made content. I already knew the game really well. No one really English speaking. That's the whole reason I've been successful, is because there was like no English speaking content for FGO when I got into it, right? And what little there was garbage, right? So I got a head start, right? I got to figure the game out. I got to already have a channel, already make videos. And then when it came to NA, I was already a thing, I was already going. Where if I didn't try, or actually I wasn't really into Genshin Impact, but like if I had like really tried to be a creator for Genshin Impact, I probably wouldn't have made it, even if I made good videos, because there were so many people who were trying to make it in Genshin Impact because everyone knew it was a big hit game, right? So the competition is just nutty. Now I could probably made some success, right? I probably could have made maybe a few, cool videos, solo videos, budget setups, so I really applied myself to that game. Like if I put the time that I put into FGO, if I put that time into Genshin, so I had like all the 3-star artifacts leveled and all the budget stuff, I could probably have gotten some traction, but not that much. I don't think I would have ever, been some big channel, right? And that's okay though. I'm not bitching. I'm happy. I'm lucky with what I have, and I don't really. If anything, I'm lucky that I didn't get super big, because I think I'd be miserable if I was super big. And now I'm a bit older and wiser. I can really see that. I would never want like a huge YouTube channel or huge Twitch channel. It's not manageable. It'll take up so much of your time. People have so many more expectations of you. You're gonna be, people like with how small I am. I'm tiny. I have 50,000 subscribers or something on YouTube, and I'm baby. Very baby creator. Baby rage. Let's go. And even with that small of a YouTube channel, it sometimes drives me nuts when you just, you go into a random, like Discord, or you see a random FGO conversation that's, not even related to you, and you see people like talking about you like you're an object, right? And it's just like that. I remember when that first happened to me, that really threw me off. I was like, what? It just, humans are not cut out for that, right? And when you're a huge YouTube personality, that happens constantly. I mean, you see it. If you look around, like any big YouTube personality, you'll find people on Twitter, Facebook, and places that like big creators can't really avoid, right? You have to be active on those platforms to be successful. So just like casually on Twitter and Facebook, people will just shit talk you, and they'll phrase it in a way like you're not a person, right? Like, it's so common. It is unbelievably common how much you will see like big creators just get shit talked, and people like act like they know them, like they're like psychologists. And they talk about them like they're a piece of furniture, right? Like, oh yeah, he only made that video because he's insecure about this and he thinks blah, 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 blah. It's like, what the fuck is this, right? It's terrible, right? I would hate that. I have, what little of that I've been exposed to, I can so easily see that I don't want any part of that, and that would drive me insane. I would be stressed out. And yeah, no thanks. I don't need that in my life, and I don't need the success, of a big YouTube channel or anything like that. So I'm good, and I feel very fortunate to be like this kind of nice small YouTube channel, but I can still sustain myself. And I got a lot, and then I actually get to know my viewers, right? Like I get to recognize people, right? When you have these big channels, your chat is going so fast, you're not going to remember most people, right? It's like impossible, right? Like Cairo's become a very good friend of mine. I know Cairo because he would laugh at me on my stream. That's how I met Cairo. I'm serious. That is how I met Cairo, is he would laugh at me in my stream. And now he's one of my buds, right? I'm good friends with Cairo now, right? And I've gotten into all like laws, I mean, I can't list everybody, right? It's awesome how many people I know now, and it's super fun when we play FGO, we see a new challenge quest, or we try a new game, like when Genshin came out and stuff. I love it. I mean, I absolutely love it. My life is so much better now. I've absolutely have enjoyed my experience with content creation and everything, and I'm very fortunate. So I got no complaints here. Okay, it's time to murder some purple waifus here. Don't start, Cairo. Just don't start. You guys have no idea, man. You have no idea. This guy, he comes in here, makes fun of my eyesight, and then I call him a little shit. And then he makes faces at me, and then he plays the victim, and then we play like a game, right, on voice chat or whatever, and all he does is make fun of me. Like, that's all he does. And then he comes in here and is just like, oh, Green is so mean. Oh, no. He called me a brainless little shit drog. Woe is me. Anyway, let's see how much damage we do. Okay, in 2 turns, I lose the attack down. That's probably too long, so I think I'm toxic streamer indeed. Let's see. Look, if you can't shit talk your friends, are you really friends, right? Honestly though, it really depends. I'm serious, real talk for a second here, right? There really are different kinds of friends, right? Like, nobody shit talks Sharky, right? He's just not that kind of guy, right? You don't do that, right? Like, you're just being a twat. And like, I have friends like that I would never shit talk them, right? Because like, even though they're my friends, of course, they're just, you know, they're not that personality type. They're not that, you know, it's not a big deal, right? But then you have like, you know, like me, right? You know, of course people are gonna shit talk me, right? Like, that makes sense, right? And you know, and I'll shit talk back, right? That's the thing, you know. So it just depends, right? You gotta find the balance. People who shit talk Sharky will be executed indeed. Who killed the music here? Wait, is this song playing? I think there actually is a song playing right now. It's just really quiet. Yeah, wow, that was quiet. You guys have no idea how much I just turned the volume up. Like, I just turned the volume up like 300% there. I just couldn't hear it before. Yeah, I know this song. Not only is it from Halo 1, but they used it in the Halo anime, actually. Alright, damage time. Okay, well, I think it's time for Hans to die. And obviously, I'm blowing up Hans because of Cairo. Clearly. Okay, come on, give Qingong the attack up so Hans is like double fuel. Let's go. Damn it! Look, now he's just being resentful, right? He didn't give him the attack up or the defense up. Oh, hey, Shakespeare getting the stuns though. Got the overcharge there. Some of the Halo anime weren't really that short. I mean, some of them were pretty long actually. But they were like, they're all standalone like stories, right? Each episode was made by a different studio, right? And they don't pertain to each other. And they definitely varied in quality, but that's how it goes. Now, I could have Stheno just NP right now, but that doesn't seem that good, so I'll just use my battery on Shakespeare. And we get another Shakespeare NP. Let's see. She has evade. I need to kill one of these. She has insta-death. So I guess we kill her. I should have already been attacking her then. Can you imagine if Stheno gave the whole team battery? That'd be ridiculous. Okay, well they're probably all dead now. Actually, because of that, I didn't really need to attack Serenity. She would have died to the NP no matter what. You leaked her new buff. Honestly, it wouldn't shock me if they buff her again. I think she's a totally good 4-star support. Like, she's not on par with 5 stars, but you don't expect 4 stars to be. I think she's, I mean, especially if you have Divinity DPS, right? If you have Divinity DPS, she's more niche, right? Because for her to really get big value, she needs the enemies to have buffs that you want to remove, right? But if that is the situation, she's pretty solid. She just gives you decent damage up, gives you overcharge, buff removal, defense down, attack up. You know, it's all pretty solid. For a 4-star support, she's good, right? Like, she can keep up with like the 1 to 3 star alternatives, right? She can be worked into a team, no problem.
You know, a sign of a bad 4-star support is when you would never want to bring them over Hans, Qingong, Shakespeare, Mozart, that kind of stuff, or they couldn't work with them, right? Where you can work in Stheno with those units no problem, and it's totally fine. So I think she's completely viable. As long as you're, you know, not being one-upped by all the 1 to 3-star supports, I think you're a viable, useful 4-star support. And I think Stheno is that. But I definitely think people are always comparing all supports to the 5-star ones, and she clearly doesn't keep up with those, unless you just desperately need buff removal. And then because of like Miyu now, because Miyu's buff was so big and everything, I think they will buff Stheno at some point. It might be a while because she's not that popular. You know, Uriel is the popular one, which is funny because I think Uriel is the lame one. Between Medusa, Stheno, and Uriel is the worst one by far. Like, she has no character development. She's just racist. She's just a little shit, right? And she's like really annoying. Where Stheno like starts off as kind of a shit, but she actually has some character development throughout her writing, where she's not just blindly racist anymore. You know, and that's nice. You know, that's an improvement. But yeah, Medusa is definitely the best of the lot. It's not even close. Medusa just, you know, they're absolutely racist, right? Or speciesist, you know, whatever. But they think all humans are terrible because they saw some bad humans and therefore all of them are horrible, right? Which that's stupid, right? Like that's Tales of Arise nonsense, right? Like it's just, and Medusa pretty, you know, early on realizes that some humans are good, some humans are bad, right? And Stheno kind of goes in that direction, you know, as time has gone on, but Uriel hasn't. Uriel is just shit. Like, Uriel is just lame, right? Like, she's just trash. And then on top of that, she's all bubbly and annoying, right? So, not a fan. And just Uriel has no character development, you know, at all. I mean, she is so two-dimensional. Like, Uriel is super fucking two-dimensional, and it's lame. And what saddens me is the fact that Uriel is popular, right? She's so two-dimensional and awful, and then yet she's popular. I'm like, okay, you know, whatever. Honestly, she'll probably get some character development at some point because she is popular. I guess Spartacus time? And there's this many classes, it's like, fuck it. Just give him typical CE here. I think, is our music looping? I think it is. We already listened to this. Although this song is really good. I'll mix it up after the songs. It is good. Alright, what do I bring here? I've never been insulted by Uriel because I skip like all of her dialogue because it's garbage. Read some of it because, you know, you got to see what the character's about, and then I read the bio and everything, and then I read summaries, but like most dialogue with Uriel these days I just skip because it's trash. Okay, I guess Kojiro... No, actually, let's just do Stheno. This could work. Alright, go get him. Man, when do we get a boss battle? Should be soon. I actually don't think I taunt here. Spartacus gets hit, he'll just heal it back. You know, murder George if he taunts, and I want to save his taunt for like wave 2. I think we do have a boss fight coming up soon here. I think it is Tristan, and I think it's pretty soon. I think it's around chapter 12 or something. I'm not quite sure how Tristan's gonna go though, but I think we're okay. I think George is gonna be huge value against Tristan, and we'll be all right. Do I NP this wave? I could NP right now if I just cast Guts. You know what? Let's do it. I shouldn't have taunted on George then, but I don't know, I might really want his NP for the next wave, so I don't know. Man, the texture quality on the ground here is absolutely atrocious. Like, especially some of the ridges when you see it from like different angles when the camera's moving around. It, you know, it's really flat. It doesn't look right. Speaking of not looking right, I saw this last night. I was playing a little bit of Epic 7 randomly. And Epic 7 uses like 3D renders, you know, CGI. They use it a lot less than FGO does. They use it occasionally, but they don't use it nearly as often. And normally when they use it, it looks much better than FGO's. And I guess what I'm about to describe was still better than FGO's, but I saw it's like a new NP animation essentially for a new unit in Epic 7, and like they basically turn into like a giant, I mean they get huge like King Protea or something, right? And their hands are CG renders. And it's really obvious. Like, it's really obvious that their hands are CG renders, and it doesn't look very good. It does look better than FGO, though. I really will say, like, you compare that to the CG renders in FGO, it's way better. But I was like, y'all couldn't draw some hands, right? Like, it ain't that hard. Like, goddamn. Okay, saving my my NP would have been nice, but too late now. What do I do then? Could just throw out the bus drop, start doing normal card damage. Nah, we'll see. We'll see where we draw. Hands are hard to draw, I'm aware, but you know, when you hire professional artists, if they can't draw hands, there's a problem here. And they do draw hands in Epic 7 for other animations and stuff, like they've drawn them before. But yeah, I know I've done some drawing myself, and I'm aware hands and feet are nightmare fuel, and that's why a lot of artists go out of their way not to draw them. But you know, it's not that big of a deal. It's not, you know, again, if you're a professional artist, you should be able to draw hands, right? It's not like she's not doing complex motions with her hands or anything. It's pretty straightforward. So I was actually quite surprised that they made it CG. It's rather unnecessary. Yeah, I gotta give it to Epic 7. They, for the most part, when it comes to production value and adding game modes and stuff like that, they do excellent. Where they fuck up is just gear. Their gear system is so bad, and that trickles down into so many aspects of the game, where it's really hard to just have fun in that game. It's really annoying. Their gear system is so bad. It is the worst thing about that whole game. That game could be so much better if they just got their gear sorted out, and they just added because if they desperately need an in-game stat line that like FGO has. You know, FGO, it's like when you get units to like their max ascension, you know, you don't have gear to grind. You know, so all the in-game content is just scaled at that level, and because of that, it's really easy for FGO to know how strong the players are and to make content for that. And that's done FGO so much good. It's done them so much good. Epic 7 doesn't have that at all, because the variance in power from player to player based on gear is just all over the place. The amount you have to grind to get really good gear is absurd, but then once you have really good gear, how much stronger you are than like just a normie player means most content will be a joke, right? It's a huge problem in that game, and they cannot make good PvE content because of it, and that just destroys that game. But I am impressed with Epic 7. They have a very tiny budget. They're a small developer, right? They're just a, small duck in a big pond. And they're still able to do very good animation quality. They do a lot of like proper 2D animation. They put out new monsters and new boss designs pretty frequently. Definitely faster than FGO. They put out new units at a reasonable pace. They do a good job with that kind of stuff. I really wish they did not have all the gear issues that they have. I think the game could just be so much better if they didn't have those gear issues. So I actually, this is just my opinion, and I've done some research on this, but I haven't done like loads of research here, but I definitely think a lot of mobile games and even some PC games now, they're being so short-sighted that they're actually handicapping their own growth. And so gear systems in games like Genshin Impact, Epic 7, all that stuff, they're attractive to developers because it's a very easy, tried and true copy-paste game mechanic that you can put in your game to give it like longevity, where it gives people something to work towards almost indefinitely, right? And so they almost always do it because it buys them time to, okay, we've only got like 3 bosses worth of damn for in-game here, or we only have 2 story chapters or whatever, so the gear grind will keep people playing the game until we put out a new story chapter or we make new stuff, right? So that is why most of them do it. But I think it's really short-sighted, and I think it really hurts games. And I think gamers are getting aware of it. I think gamers are starting to get sick of gear systems and gear grinds and the RNG substats and all this bullshit, right? I think a lot of people are getting tired of that, and it stops them from playing the game at all. And I think Epic 7 is a good example of this, that I think they have really handicapped their long-term growth because of their gear system, and because they can't make a solid in-game. They can't just make content that everybody can enjoy, and people get so tired of grinding that stuff, they just burn out and they don't want to play it anymore, right? I think that's a big problem, and I think that's starting to even happen to Genshin. I think Genshin's kind of caught up with them. I think the right thing to do is you need to be able to, first off, not release your game until you have enough content to keep people interested, until you can put out another update or 2, so then they kind of get invested, right? So don't put the game out until it's ready. That's a big part of it. And you do need systems that give people replay value and reasons to keep doing things to hold them over until you actually add new main story or new bosses or whatever, right? It's something you have to balance. And I think a lot of games recently have they don't got it, right? They don't got it at all. And I don't think they have the solution right now, and I think there's some like real growing pains because of that. Yeah, the Epic 7 gear system is just, it's awful. Now, you can enjoy Epic 7 without it. I always say this to people, if you want to just have a fun single player experience, it's free, you can play on your phone or an emulator, you can just jump in Epic 7, use your free rolls and stuff, and then just play through the initial like main story. And it's a totally fine experience. You can do some like labyrinth dungeons on the side, and that kind of thing, and you'll have a good time, right? But then if you want to play beyond that, not the best, right? Like, just do the main story, and it's actually pretty fun, and like the boss fights at the end will actually be pretty hard and all that. And then you can, if you're like, oh, I love this game, I want to keep playing it, then you maybe try the other stuff and see if you like it or not. But then you can also just put it down and then play other things, and you can always go back to it if you ever feel like going back to it, right? But it's really easy to play it, in my opinion, as just a regular single-player game, and I actually think its initial story experience, I think, is actually really good. I think it really is. I think like going free to play and just doing World 1-1 to World 10-10 or whatever is great. Then it kind of falls to pieces after that in a lot of ways. So. Genshin is just so a missed opportunity, because again, they could have had an in-game stat line like FGO's. All Genshin would have to do to keep people happy is put out a few dungeons every once in a while, a few bosses every once in a while, and a main story every once in a while. That's all they really got to do, and then the people would be happy with just the rotating abyss and that kind of stuff, right? The thing is, they don't have proper like in-game dungeons in Genshin, right? They're dungeons they only are worth doing one time ever, and then they're like they're normally way too easy because they don't know people's stat line. If Genshin just had like proper dungeons you could just do for fun, because they've got the bosses, they've got the movesets, they have enemies with decent movesets, they have bosses with interesting movesets. But normally when you fight those bosses and enemies, their stats are way too low, and you can just shit on them. And then the little hard content that they have, like the Abyss and stuff, is overstated for like a lot of people, where they can't really enjoy it either without grinding an insane amount. It's just bad, right? If they had a more just set in game like FGO has, and they would just make new dungeons with like some mild puzzles, some little jumping puzzles here, you know, fight some interesting enemy combinations here. Oh man, archers are shooting you from the balcony, you know, stuff like that. And then, oh, you fight the samurai boss and then a rune sentinel, right? Just that's all they got to do to keep people happy. Add new characters every once in a while, add new dungeons every once in a while, add new enemy types every once in a while. That's all they got to do. They don't need Genshin does not need the gear grind that they have. They don't. Like they absolutely don't need it. And I think it is actively hurting them, right? Because if you look at the amount of content Genshin puts out, like how often they put new bosses in, and they put new enemy types in, and they add new characters in, that's enough to keep people happy. They just need stuff to do with those characters, right? But they don't have anything to do with them, right? Because they suck, right? And it's because they want you to just gear grind forever, but that doesn't work. So if they would have just made more content that's like, oh hey, this is a fun boss fight, because like I think everyone experienced when they were like playing through Genshin naturally and they hadn't really made it to the air quotes in game. You know, they did some of those like, you know, hidden domains that were just like for challenge. You clear them one time, right? They had like some crazy enemy combos and stuff. A lot of people enjoyed that, right? But then you overgear it and it's nothing and it doesn't mean anything, right? Like, so yeah, if Genshin just had an end-game stat line like FGO has, and they didn't make you gear grind, you just, you know, would farm for like, you know, your ascension mats and your skill mats for like new characters and things like that. And they just put out new characters every once in a while like FGO does. Like really, they need to be more like FGO. It's really rare that I say that, but only like FGO in terms of like, you know, how they put out how they do farming and that kind of stuff. It doesn't need to be gear based. It's unnecessary. Now they're already better than FGO in a lot of areas. They're just kind of wasting it. You know, they have a proper safety net. You know, they've got a better monetization model. You know, a lot of that stuff is better in Genshin, but yeah, the gear system is really bad in it. And for those that want to, here's the thing: Genshin Impact's gear system is bad. Epic 7's is worse, and that's why a lot of people don't like Epic 7. Like, as annoying as Genshin's is, now imagine that, but now think of it where it's like 10 times worse, and that's Epic 7. And then your in-game isn't even the Abyss. Your in-game is PvP that's gear-based. So yeah, that's why a lot of people got turned off of Epic 7, and I would say very rightfully so, because it is shit. Yeah, I really wish Genshin would fix their like stat line problems and their gear problems, because I think it could be a great game, right? If you just had like fun bosses to fight, because I think everyone's experienced this in Genshin, where they see a boss with a cool moveset like that new samurai guy and stuff like that, but then you overstat it so hard that it's not even fun, right? And it's like you can't be bothered to lower your stats all the time and put the gear back on. You know, it's just bad, right? Like it's bad. And I think the character progression is excellent in FGO. That's one thing FGO does really well, is their in-game stat line, their character progression. I think FGO does a lot right, but FGO just does a lot of really fundamental stuff wrong. And that's like where the bosses aren't replayable, which blows my mind that the bosses aren't replayable in FGO, because a lot of people like the characters and they get like the new waifu and they want to go test it out and stuff. It is so stupid that you can't replay the major bosses in FGO. There's no reason for it. There's absolutely no reason for it. It's absolute dog shit that you can't do that. So that's a big problem. They don't have an account system. That's an unbelievable problem. They don't have a safety net. That's a big problem. You know, FGO's issues are like really mundane and like it's sad, because most of FGO's issues are so obvious and so easy to fix and so fundamental, right? Like not having an account system is a huge problem. But it's not hard to fix, and it's such a fundamental thing. How have they not fixed it, right? Why does this game not have an account system, right? And the same thing for like the lack of a safety net and that kind of stuff, right? Most of FGO's problems, why it's so infuriating, is because they are so simple, and it's been 6 years and they haven't addressed them. That's why it's just mind-blowingly like frustrating. Because it's been 6 years, they don't have story replay, they've never added like a challenge tower or a boss rush mode or anything. You know, they don't have an account system, they don't have a safety net, you know, they still have like garbage, you know, menu design and stuff like that. It's like, what the fuck, right? Because FGO has a lot right. You know, FGO's got great unit progression, they don't have a gear grind. You know, old units are still viable, they do a good job of keeping old things viable, you know, they don't have too bad a power creep. They make interesting bosses and things like that. The only other thing, though, a huge criticism for FGO for me outside of like the obvious that I just mentioned, is just the OP casters, like the OP supports are too OP, right? To the point where it's like not fun, right? Like the difference between Merlin and Castoria and Waver and then everyone else is just so large that it's just bad for the game, right? It's like, it's really hard to make a boss fight that's going to be challenging for someone that doesn't use those units versus someone that does have all of those units. Not just one, they have all of them, right? It's too much, right? Castoria, Merlin, it's just gotten way out of control. That has, I think, hurt FGO a lot because so many players have been playing for a long time and the role and all the meta stuff. And a lot of people do have Merlin and Castoria and Waver and Nero Bride and a really strong 5-star DPS, and they can rotate all of those, you know, supports and buff up their DPS. Then it's hard to make a boss fight that's going to be even remotely challenging for people that are willing to do that. But there's also loads of players that don't have all those OP supports, right? And then it's not reasonable to make these bosses that can only be beaten if you have that kind of stuff, right? So FGO's had a real problem with that, where they just made their OP stuff too OP, right? And then it's gotten really bad now because you've got Vinch now and Oberon and all this other stuff. You just have so many, you know, bullshit limited 5-star stuff, you know, Merlin, all that. And they're just so far ahead of the average stuff. The one way I can think of to fix it, I don't really like because it's power creep, but it's one of the only things I can think of that would fix like new content. It would fuck up old content, but is you buff all the free-to-play stuff a lot, like a lot. Like you super buff Mozart, Shakespeare, Qingong, Hans. You really buff those, and you buff some of the DPS so they're better as well. And so they keep up with the OP stuff, and then you make the new bosses harder, right? That's how you can fix it. Now, it's true, the other way to fix it is nerfing, and that's how I would do it. The thing is, I know for a fact that they see that as off the table. To them, it's not an option. But I agree that actually, from a pure gameplay standpoint, from a pure, you know, game health standpoint, you gotta bite the bullet and you gotta nerf some stuff, right? People always defend it. Well, oh, it's a PvE game. You know, people understand why you need to nerf a character in like Guilty Gear Strive or Smash Brothers Ultimate or whatever. But a lot of people, oh, it's because it's a PvP game. You shouldn't do that in a PvE game. Bullshit. PvE games need balance too. Not to the same extreme that PvP games do, sure. But, you know, imbalance will ruin games because people will always pick the path of least resistance, and then they get bored, and then the people that can't pick the path of least resistance are way behind, so you make harder content, they can't do it, right? It's a huge problem. So yeah, to me, they need to nerf Castoria, Merlin, you know, all those like 50% battery people, Waver even, all that stuff needs to be dialed back. Like, it absolutely does. It's the only way I to like easily fix it. But the problem is, if they did that, people would be so mad. Like, people would be so fucking mad. But, you know, I think it'd be better for the game, like, absolutely. What's funny, though, is if they ever made, you know, Fate Laundry Basket, you know, another mobile game down the road, and they reintroduced Merlin and Castoria and all that stuff, and then they were weaker. They were still good, obviously, because they're popular. Of course they're going to be good. But they weren't as, like, it was a new game, new mechanics and everything, and Merlin, all of them, they were good units, but they were absolutely not as, you know, game-breaking. No one would complain. Like, no one would complain. They would only complain because, you know, they feel like something's been taken away from them and blah, 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 blah. Alright, I guess Spartacus again, because there's a lot of enemy classes. Different classes. Yeah, I don't know why Fate Laundry Basket has become my go-to joke name, but there's not even a laundry basket in my room, so it's not like I see it and that's what I go with. If I was gonna say Fate something, you know, in my room, I'd be Fate Doorknob, there we go. Or Fate Sound Padding. That's a name right there. Fate-Nickel. Oh, don't start. Don't go there again. Chat, how have we not ran into Tristan yet? Bit of a gap here between Mordred and the next major boss. It's gotta be soon. We've done quite a few chapters here. Actually, it's not a thing. It's not a thing. People keep saying that about gacha games. It's not a thing. That's just something people repeat a lot, and there's no basis to it. There's a degree of a legal gray area, but it's not. Like, I've looked into it, other people looked into it, there's nothing that says that. Like, it's not a thing at all. It's completely about people being morons, and freaking out because they're mad at it. Because there are gacha games that have nerfed things. That has happened. There are some developers that have a different, mindset on these things. And yeah, there's just something about though the typical player of waifu games that just cannot handle things being nerfed. But there's plenty of Japanese games and Chinese games where they nerf the shit out of things. Especially PvP ones. There are PvP games, especially in Asia, that are gacha games. Like, I'm serious, and they nerf stuff. Epic 7's nerf stuff, actually. They don't nerf stuff, like, super often, but they do. Epic 7 has absolutely nerfed things several times. Like, they absolutely have. It's a straight gacha game, and it's got PvP, as well. But that's why they nerf things, is because of PvP. But there's some other games from Asia and stuff like that are more PC focused, but they're still like gacha games and stuff, and they've nerfed the shit out of things. It's straight just them like being afraid of the backlash. That's very much what it is. The thing is, and you will get a nasty backlash at first, but again, I think it's a vocal minority. I think I think you gotta bite the bullet and worry about the game's long-term health. You're gonna have idiot, because the thing is, half the people that freak out are not even gonna follow. They're gonna say they're gonna quit the game, but they're not. Like, so many people, they're gonna freak out. They'll have their little tantrum. They'll give you a 1-star review and all that, but they're not actually gonna quit the game, and it's not gonna amount to anything. And then once people get used to it, and new players come in and they only know the weaker version of Merlin and everything, no one's gonna care, right? If they nerfed like Waver, Merlin, Castoria, maybe even Vinch and stuff like that, if they nerfed all those OP supports, and what I would do, also to be clear, is if you nerf that stuff, you should probably buff them too in some areas, especially like Scatty, right? If you nerf Scatty's battery, you need to make Scatty better in other areas, absolutely. And like, it's okay if you like nerf Merlin a lot, but then you give him something else, right? You give him some other, useful thing on the side that's not as useful, but it's a new thing that you can do now. Same for Castoria, right? You can nerf them, especially the battery. Nerf the goddamn battery, that's most of the problem, but then you can make them better in other areas. And that really helps, temper the rage, if you will. But yeah, I think if they nerfed a lot of the OP stuff that really breaks the game, people would freak out for a little bit. Months probably, but they would calm down. Like, they would just calm down. And it would pass. And then you'd be able to make proper, game design. Because here's the thing. You can easily nerf Castoria and Merlin and Waver and such. And then also buff them on the side, like I said, but then also still keep them really relevant, where you can still 3-turn farm, no problem. You don't have to nerf them. You can easily nerf them in a way where it's not even going to affect like farming that much and that kind of thing. But it'll make challenge quests way harder, right? That's not a big deal. However, I haven't really even thought about this a lot personally. I have seen some whales and stuff say that they actually think that you want to nerf Castoria and all that, their farming ability too. And the reason is, it's because it's for like the player base's own good, where because everyone 3-turns so easily now and they don't have to think about it, that people get bored easier. Which I kind of agree with. It's kind of complicated, because here's the thing now, I feel like it's gotten to the point now that people assume farming is going to be a joke, right? People are so used to it now that farming is just a complete joke, and you can 3-turn it really easy, and it's just a chore. People are so used to it being that if it's not that, they're probably going to be annoyed. The thing is, it's actually bad for it to be that. It's bad for farming to just be a complete chore like that, because it just gets boring, it's repetitive, and then it's even worse when you can always 3-turn it, and you can always 3-turn it with like the same setup over and over again, and you're not actually mixing things up and trying different things. Because it can be fun to mess around with teams and kind of master a stage and then move on to a new stage and find a new way to farm that. And the thing is, Arknights actually has that, funnily enough. Arknights, when you bring out a new event, you've got, normally they have like 8 stages for an event, and then only the last 2 stages are worth a damn. But then there's a bunch of EX stages, there's only like 6 or 8 bonus EX stages that are quite hard, right? And what you need now, you normally only need to clear the stages once, especially the easier ones, but sometimes there's a reason to like figure out how to farm, a stage that actually is kind of hard. But once you figure out how to farm it once, you can then use like the auto system and then always beat it. But so you're kind of always moving through the different stages, right? And so once you've kind of mastered one, you can move on to another one, and then you can autopilot farm it once you've kind of mastered it. But then the event's over, and you move on to a new one, and you figure out a new strategy to deal with new stuff. And then you have the EX stages that you don't even need to farm, but they're like their challenge quests. Their EX stages are essentially their challenge quests, where you only need to beat them once, and they're very, very hard. But you get like 8 of them per event, right? So I think Arknights has actually found a great formula for how they do farming, because you have, the first time you do it, you have to really figure it out, and you might have to bring a different setup for each stage. But then once you figure it out, you're done, and then the new stages rotate pretty regularly. So I think Arknights has a really good like way of dealing with it. Because yeah, it's in a way like their final stages in an event are all like baby challenge quests, right? So you have to put a little bit of effort into farming it. The problem with FGO is they don't have an auto system, so once you beat it once, you still have to do it again and again and again. So what I always say, what I would do for farming when it comes to daily farming in FGO is you have 2 different game modes. And this is really common. If you look at like Epic 7, there's a million different ways to farm the same thing. You can go like, they essentially have free quests where you can, Epic 7 lets you replay story stages, and those story stages after you've done the story, their drops become like farming drops, but it's the same story stage, right? So they have like generic, enemies stages and boss stages, and you can just farm those, or you can farm like, the various like game modes. I mean, there's just a million ways. You can do the labyrinth, right? There's a million different ways to get the same stuff in Epic 7. And I think that'd be good for FGO, where you had multiple ways to go get skill gems, you had multiple ways to go get QP, you had multiple ways to go get, hero proofs. And you make some of those ways where they're time inefficient. They're super time inefficient, right? Because you're gonna have to fight like a boss. You have like, hey, this is a boss rush mode, and like these bosses drop a lot of QP. Or this week they drop hero proofs, and next week they'll drop void dust, right? And it's a really good place to get hero proofs and void dust, but the bosses are hard, right? And so it's gonna take a minute, but you can make them cost like almost no AP, right? So it's AP super efficient, and so you can just sit down and have a challenging experience and actually get rewarded for it. But it's, the time efficiency is garbage, right? And then you have other ways where you go, oh yeah, you can just go do this like 20 AP node, and it also drops stuff pretty regularly, and you can just burn through your AP real quick, and you can 3-turn that no problem, and you can get it that way, right? Like you give people more, or you can wait for an event and just get it from the event shop, right? Like giving people options is good, and giving people, because some people don't want farming to be hard, right? Some people want it to be hard because they want to have fun. They want to push. They're like this is kind of me, right? On my main account, I have so many units that are 10, 10, 10. I have so many units that are grailed. I've got some monster ass units, man. I've got like, I got that my super Mordred. I got Ku. I got Enkidu. I've got Waver and Merlin, all that bullshit scatty. I've got all the if I want to do it a budget angle, I've got like all the budget stuff leveled. I got David, George, you name it. I got all the stuff. So I kind of want, I want to use that stuff. I've taken all this time to prepare that stuff. I want to have something to use it on. I don't want to just do joke battles that I could beat with much weaker units. Right? I want to be able to, put my stuff to the test, right? But some people don't want to do that at all. They want to just log on, lazily farm, and just, tune things out, or focus on the television or whatever instead. And that's fine. So you want to give, hey, nice insta-death. You want to give people the option to do, hey, if you want hero proofs, you can just do these free quests. They're nice and easy, just like always, and you just do that. And if someone else wants to be like, hey, this is the week where hero proofs are available from the boss rush mode. Let's go do the boss rush mode, right? That's good too, right? Like it's easy to do that. And so, again, some games actually do that. Epic 7 does that. It's just Epic 7 has their gear problem, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, I think honestly, Epic 7 approaches how you acquire loot a lot better than FGO. Because FGO, if you want skill gems, you wait for an event or you do the shitty dailies that have the terrible drop rate and they're so boring. I mean, they're so fucking boring. And almost every event stage is so easy, and you can 3-turn it like it's nothing. It's the same thing over and over again. Like, who cares, right? I'd be way happier. And again, this is kind of what Arknights does. If like the final farming node of an event was like, oh yeah, this is like Anniversary Gwaine. That'd be awesome, right? Because first off, if you got good at it, you could find a good farming setup for that. But yeah, you can again, even in an event, you could give people an alternative. You're like, yeah, you can farm Gwaine, Anniversary Gwaine, right? Or you can do this other typical free quest and, give people options. I think that's fine. Unfortunately, FGO is lazy and they don't ever add game modes at all. So this is all just pipe dream copium nonsense. Okay, seriously though, Where is Tristan? Bring out the strawberry archer here. What the hell is going on with my CEs right now? Okay, this should be fine. That's a terrible CE on Protoku. There we go. Alright, go get him. Wait a minute, I gotta bring George. Too good to get his ball in CE. Can't ignore it. Hey, Beastly. I mean, the Grailfront mode is not that good, ultimately. It doesn't have a lot of depth to it. Like, it's something fun to do on the side, you know, by all means it should be a permanent game mode. I don't really get why it isn't. But, you know, it's pretty shallow. You know, it's not nearly as interesting as, like, Fluffy, or the Morgan fight, or Anniversary Gwaine, or the Romulus Challenge Quest, or, you know, any of that stuff. It's not half as interesting as that kind of thing. Give me 1 second, chat. I need to get water, and then I swear, Gwaine, not Gwaine, we already beat Gwaine. Tristan should be soon. I tell you, it is kind of frustrating thinking about it, because FGO really could be incredible if they would do some math and then put in some effort, because they have an in-game stat line that doesn't change, and they don't have like the gear issues that like Epic 7 and Genshin Impact have. It is so easy for them to make a good reward structure for you to go do different things. If they wanted like an Abyss mode where you go into like a dungeon or whatever, challenge tower, you know, weekly bosses, weekly challenge quests, whatever, you know, new game plus mode, you know, things like that. It's easy for them to give you incentives to do it, but then also not feel like you're being punished if you don't do it, right? For example, let's say you can't beat a certain floor in a challenge tower and the reward is 5 Void Dust. It's not like you can't just get Void Dust from a free quest or from an events, you know, shop down the road, right? It's not that big of a deal, but you're still really happy. You're like, yeah, I need some Void Dust, let's go do that, right? And so if you have like a weekly boss or a weekly challenge quest or game mode where the loot rotates, right? And you're like, oh, hey, that's the loot I need this week, I want to do that, right? But if you're like, oh, I don't want to do that right now, it's not the end of the world because you can get that loot, you know, some other way, right? So between QP and skill gems and bronze mats, it is really easy to incentivize this player base to go have fun, right? Because that's like a thing, you have to like bait players into having fun. You literally have to do that a lot of the times because, you know, monkey brain. But it's really easy to just dangle some QP, you know, bronze mats, skill gems, welfare coins, cough cough, things like that to get people to go do stuff, right? And it's really easy for FGO's combat system to give you some fun. You know, I wish they would really try these kinds of things, right? I feel like FGO is like scared of accidentally like breaking the math and giving you a too good of a way to get something, so that nobody wants to do free quests anymore, or they don't want to do QP dailies anymore, or whatever. I think that's what they're afraid of, and that's and they're also lazy. I think it's pretty obvious that FGO has been coasting for a while and they haven't really put in effort. You know, they're not looking to like, you know, put in a dungeon maze mode or anything like. They're not really looking to do that. You know, anytime an event has like a new quote-unquote game mechanic in it, it's always so shallow, right? Like they don't ever really put in like super effort into that stuff, but they should. I think they should, because if you wanted to do like a challenge tower that reset weekly or monthly, that was kind of like Setsubun, where, you know, the units would go on cooldown and stuff like that, and you could even do permadeath and things like that. You know, if it resets every week or every month, no one really cares if they don't do it one time. And you know, if the loot is just things that you could get through other means, it's okay, you know, it's fine, but it's a nice fun thing to do, and it's a good, you know, incentive to get people to get off their butts and use the units that they leveled, right? That's the thing, you want people to be incentivized to use the things that they level, right? Otherwise they're not going to care to level new things or to get skill gems, because some people don't, because they never are incentivized to go do hard content. All they do is the free quests and the events, and they read the event stories. They don't care what their skill ranks are. Because it's like, yeah, I can deal with these, you know, farming stages to clear the events, no problem with these shitty skill ranks that I have. So why bother getting skill gems? Because, you know, I don't need my units for anything else. Where if you get people to get off their butts and go do some other content, you know, they might actually care about those things more. Yeah, the thing is, I tell you, it actually is harder though, I think, than some people give game developers credit for. When you look at like, what's that game? Punishing Grey Raven, Arc Knight, Genshin Impact, Epic 7, FGO, all these things, and FGO does a bad job of this, but you know, when you have these games that have a lot of different game modes, a lot of different rewards, a lot of different ways to get the same rewards in different ways, you know, it is important that you math things out and you figure out, you know, what's a good balance of how fast can people progress units, and you know, how can you get this material this way versus that way. You know, there's an art to it, to keeping, you know, your players happy and giving them things to do, and but not too fast, but not too slow with the progression and all that kind of stuff. Right there, it takes effort. It really does. And I honestly don't think DW has like the know-how to do it properly. Now they could get it. I think they could get that know-how pretty easily if they would just you know, hire, you know, veteran game developers, because they certainly have the money to do that. Okay, I really want to fight a boss here. 3k damage, that's the good stuff. But who knows? We've said this for a while, but we'll start to see evidence soon. You know, they've got new leadership at DW, and they definitely implied that they had an interview recently where they kind of said it in a weird way, but that's welcome to Japanese companies. They were pretty much saying that they were understaffed and like their staff wasn't able to get enough done. And so I'm hoping that's going to get them to hire more staff. Because I think that's what they need. I really think that's what FGO needs. They need to hire more staff that are experienced and they know how to, you know, make a good UI. They know how to, you know, put in new game modes in a reasonable way. They know how to fix spaghetti code. You know, because from the sounds of it, even though FGO barely does anything, they're like struggling, right, to keep up with what little they do, which is not a good sign. So yeah, that means they need to hire more staff and they need to, you know, have some experience in there. Yeah, I tell you what, Lost, I hear you. You know, when you hear like how much Titan Moon dictates for like, oh yeah, you don't do an animation update until we say so, right? It's like, it's just bad, right? You know, so I can see why they wanted to have they wanted an FGO that wasn't connected to so many other publishers, right? I think they were only working with Sega, and they just wanted to be them and Sega and just have a big breakout hit there and focus on that. But yeah, it didn't work out because they literally copied FGO without the fate, and that's a really bad game, let's be honest. I mean, FGO does have good boss fights and that kind of thing, but you know, there's a lot of other problems with FGO. Dude, I've seen people though that like hear what I'm saying and they defend FGO and DW by saying like, oh, look, these people just want FGO to be perfect and it's unreasonable. I've literally seen that, and I've seen people like, wow, they want FGO to be an actual game. Like that's a defense. Like oh, I'm glad FGO is not an actual game. And it's like if you don't want FGO to be an actual game, then why are you even playing it? And then, you know, again, most of the solutions I put forth, you know, still allow you to be very lazy and not do the hard content if you don't want to, right? It's easy to make things optional. I think some people are just on pure copium, and you know, they can't handle any criticism of this game. 300k, and I'm already like really low on. Okay, so I could use Hans' second skill as an overcharge Han, so he heals more. That's probably worth doing. I don't think we Qingong NP yet, because we can't really afford that.
I want to use Shin-Gong's second skill so we don't take as much damage here, but on the other hand, I want the battery. Okay, Shakespeare could stun because he has overcharge, and then Hans will overcharge him. So let's just hope we stun here, and then we do the defense. Well, I've known from the beginning that Type Moon had a decent amount of control over FGO because I knew that they retained all character rights and things like that, and that just doesn't happen unless you've got a lot of control over it. And also, when FGO was created, all the cards, you know, they had all the cards. You know, DW was a nobody company, Aniplex was just wanting a quick cash grab, so I'm sure the contract was super favorable to Type Moon. And the thing is, if Type Moon takes the IP away from them, Aniplex can't do anything, right? Like, they have nothing. You know, their core game is shit. It's not like they, again, look at Sakura Wars. So, you know, Type Moon has all the cards, really. And unfortunately, I don't think Type Moon is particularly good at game development. Now, some of the thing is, though, some of the improvements for FGO, though, come directly from Type Moon, right? I think a lot of the bad in FGO comes from Aniplex, and a lot of the good comes from Type Moon. Now, some of the bad comes from Type Moon, too. You know, some recent interviews have made that pretty clear. But, you know, Type Moon is the ones that came up with lowering, like, the regeneration rate on AP. They were the ones that lowered the SQ cost of a 10 roll. They added, you know, the daily logins, a lot of that stuff, you know, the free 5-star, a lot of that stuff is been directly credited to Type Moon, right, in like interviews and stuff. And they've even said Aniplex fought against them against a lot of that stuff. So, you know, a lot of that stuff made the game a lot better. And yet, Nasu is, they said it originally, and they said it again more clearly in an interview. Nasu is directly responsible for the hard boss fights in FGO, and it's because of Dark Souls. It's because of Dark Souls and Bloodborne. He's really into those games, and he thinks those kind of boss fights, you know, kind of bring life to a game, and, you know, make it more memorable, and, you know, give you a sense of accomplishment, which he's correct about. He's actually completely correct about that. So he wanted that in FGO, and he got more. Nasu used to not be very involved in FGO, and if you look at like some really old interviews, he did not like phone games. And I think the money has changed his tune. But in the early days of FGO, you could really tell he wasn't really a fan of it, and he even like said he didn't want Type Moon fans to feel like they needed to read the story and to play it. And he wasn't very involved in the early days, but now he's a lot more involved. And he got way more involved in America and Camelot is when the boss fights started getting really hard. In a big surprise. But yeah, they basically said in an interview recently that the reason they added blue cubes is because Nasu wants really hard boss fights for the game. And they know some people don't want hard boss fights, so the blue cubes are there to give them an out. Like they just said that, so they were pretty honest about it. But no, I think Nasu's right. I think the game is way better. I wouldn't even be playing this game if it didn't have hard boss fights, like 100%. Like I like Fate and everything, but there's no way I would put up with this nonsense. It'd just be boring. If it didn't have good boss fights, this game would be boring. I think the AG regeneration used to be 10 minutes for 1 AP. If I remember correctly. I don't remember exactly. I know it was more than 5 minutes. It might not have been 10, but it was higher. Stop critting me, you bastard. Only had he double crit me there, and because of that, now I'm not. Well, we got the heal. I really need to get Shakespeare's NP again. Now, I want to Shin-Gong Hans, but Hans will live here, but Shin-Gong might not. I could evade Shin-Gong, but that's not worth it. So I either just NP right now and say screw it, or I just hope Shin-Gong lives one more turn. I think we hope Shin-Gong lives one more turn. Do we though? Boss is AoE, so it's not like Hans is drawing any fire, and Hans is probably never going to NP again unless I art chain here. I could art chain here though. And if Hans does NP again, that's really, really good. I don't think it's that good though, because everyone's going to die to the NP except for Shakespeare. Although if Shakespeare gets another Hans NP, he's like set. Hans would have to be able to NP next turn for it to be worth it. He has 2 art cards, art chains, he's basically at 60%, 64%. I don't think he'd get it. He'd get close, but I don't think he'd get it. So I think we eat him. And that's not that bad because we still get the art chain.
この辺りが頃合いですか。
I never even would have started FGO because I followed it when it released and it was such a bad game and it was a typical mobile garbage. And so I just wasn't even interested in it. And the reason I gave it a chance later was because I saw that the ad had real boss fights in Camelot. And I just heard that some of the scummy stuff had gone away because it used to be so much scummier. Like, it was just constantly trying to get you to buy SQ. You know, everything in the game was so inconvenient if you didn't buy SQ. Like your AP regeneration rate and all that. It was awful. So I'd heard that they made things less scummy, and then I saw they added the Grail system. Because I had seen that like all the characters I liked, you know, Jekyll and Hyde, Koo, Billy, Darius, they were all 3 stars. And you know, back then, you know, all mobile games had this reputation of, you know, only the high rarity stuff is worth anything. So I saw that you could then Grail the low stars to make them better, and that just got me. I was like, okay, I can Grail Koo, Camelot boss fights are real. I was like, this sounds awesome, and it was. I mean, I have had so much fun in this game, you know, getting my favorite characters from Fate, building teams, fighting hard bosses, you know, making those grailing low rarity stuff is so satisfying. Oh my god, like, so when I first got into FGO, you know, you Grail Koo and everything, it's great, man, fucking love it. And you know, Fluffy was very rewarding and all that, even though it was kind of frustrating, but, you know, when I beat, you know, hard bosses and hard challenge quests, to this day, I love it. It's just, you know, you can't replay them, and there's a lot of downtime and a lot of, you know, farming for nothing. I don't even need to farm on my main account, so that's kind of why I do it on my ult accounts these days. Well, David showed up at the perfect time there. That was another reason why eating the kiddo was good. And you know what's awesome? If Shakespeare happens to stun here, the evade lingers. So it's fine. Not that we actually stunned it there. Shakespeare actually kicked some ass here. I mean, clearly not as good as Babbage or what have you, but for bringing a bronze DPS for this nonsense, I think he performed well. It was a bit harder than I thought it would be. Probably win next turn. Yeah, Casterly is coming back. The question is, will he buffer? Please don't give me a bad deck. That's kind of a bad deck. Might not kill here. That was a pretty bad hand. 541. Now Shakespeare's probably gonna die. Oh, no, he lives. Feels good. I got pretty ugly at the end. I think I played that well, though. I think if I played that worse, that stage was losable. I think it was absolutely losable. You use the same setup, make worse decisions. It definitely could have been a loss. Brave Liz is useful to new players, absolutely. Like, absolutely. And Mecha Liz kind of is, just because she's an alter ego. Caster Liz is not useful, though, because of Babbage now. Babbage is the go-to, like, caster DPS. Easy. Generally, you get them MP5 for free if you, even if it's a main interlude, you get them MP5 for free if you play it the week of release. You generally only need the rare prisms. Well, no, that's true for the unlocking it. That might not actually be true for the extra copies. Like, you don't need the rare prisms to do the initial main interlude, but I think you still might need them for the extra MP copies because they're kind of dicks like that. I don't understand, dude. I don't understand. When I look at the main interlude system in FGO and the fact that you need the rare prisms to unlock it in the first place, and then you need more rare prisms to get the extra MP copies of the welfare, it's like, why? It's like, what are they afraid of? It literally would not hurt their profits if it wasn't like that. And you're not gonna get people to whale like thousands of dollars for like, it's not gonna happen. People aren't gonna do that. You know, they're gonna wait until they get rare prisms from events and everything else to get the copies that way. Like, and the Leviathans don't care about those welfares to begin with. It just doesn't make any sense. And I know, you look at art, and even Epic 7 has a proper main interlude system too, and you get the event shop and everything. And it's just normal. It's just, they don't do weird shit. And then Art Knights and all these other games, they're not afraid of just like, hey, you can just play the event, and you can just do the stuff and it's repeatable and you just do whatever. And like Art Knights is for free. Now Art Knights doesn't give you all the free stuff, I'll say that. Although I mean neither does FGO. They don't give you the craft essence or any of that. But at least Art Knights, it doesn't cost you anything. It's just a default thing. You can just do the events whenever you want. And if you beat the stage, you don't lose it and go back and do it anytime you want, right? It's way better. And Epic 7s is way better. And from what I've heard, Grand Blue Fantasies is way better. I don't know quite how they do it, but I know they allow you to do past events whenever you want. But I don't quite understand how it works. But basically, everyone does it better than FGO. And I don't know why FGO has to run everything. And I'm so tired of people defending them. I'm so tired. People will bring up like how bad the main interlude system is, and then people defend it. Meanwhile, every other game is better. People are not being unreasonable when they're not happy with the main interlude system. Now, sure, some people, people started acting like the Genshin Impact community, and they start like just freaking out and review bombing other games because FGO doesn't have a good, main interlude system. That's pretty dumb, right? And decrying that makes sense, but. When people are just pointing out like how bad the main interlude system is and how few main interludes there are, and you have all these other games doing it so much better that make less money, that's not wrong, right? It's correct to point that out, and it is stupid. It is stupid that FGO makes more money than these other games, and they give us nothing, right? And they put so little effort into it, right? And people, I see people defending them like, oh, it's too hard to make main interludes. Like what? Like yeah, and yet every other game can do it, right? It's silly. Yeah, the last main interlude I think was CCC. It's either that or Paul Bunyan, but that doesn't exactly count. And like if FGO's player base was like mad about not getting enough free SQ or whatever, like that kind of stuff is dumb, right? I don't agree with people that like expect handouts like that, but expecting the game to be better is completely reasonable. Like it's completely reasonable. Do I bring a writer, or do I think I can just deal with it? Could bring just a strong thing at neutral. I don't really have a good writer, to be honest. David, I guess? I may really regret what's happening right now. Any chance I have Origin Bullet? That would be a really good, placeholder for this situation. I do not. Feels bad. And hi, Zal. Well. Hopefully this pans out. I'm a wee bit worried here. Not a good class combo for me. The Christmas event was older though. The Christmas event was like the first main interlude they ever did. So that's not like recent at all. That's years and years ago. Like CCC was after that, and Paul Bunyan was after that. Although again, Paul Bunyan barely counts because like that's who gives a fuck about that. Well, okay, this is bad. This is bad. Not the right class combo I got going on here. Oh, let's not lose to Serenity now. We might. I really have a bad setup for this. This is gonna be embarrassing if we beat Gwen and Mordred and we lose to Caster Demons. What is the play here? He has insta-death up. I wish I had Stheno to remove that insta-death up, so then I could just David evade and be fine. Maybe I should have done Hans's third skill on himself. Don't do that! This is why nobody... Oh my god. Oh my god. I was gonna say something so toxic there, but I'm gonna hold that one for when I get insta-death. And yes, that was Yu Yu Hakusho music. Fucking NP drain. Alright, I want damage. We'll do that. I was actually gonna say something way worse than this is why nobody likes you. I was gonna say something way worse than that. I might evade now because I can always invulnerability next turn. Nah, I shouldn't. There's no... The benefit is pretty... Nah. I would really like to stun here though. I wish I could overcharge from like Hans. I don't really want to NP with David because I want to save his NP for the casters, but wait a minute. I can still NP the caster. Yeah, this is fine. So we get some overcharge. Monkeys, dude. Ooh, David! Oh, David, that's what I'm talking about. That's good. It's because we had the Buster up from Shakespeare, and we land the stun because we had the overcharge. All right, very nice. That's a big help. Yeah, if we didn't kill that demon there, I'd be pretty worried. But now I don't even have to deal with his NP, so that's a big help. Please don't insta-death me though, that would super suck. Man, David is so good these days. Yeah, that was good value because David got his own attack up and then he got the Buster up from Shakespeare. And then David's got an upgraded NP now. So that was impressive, I'm not gonna lie. That's doing that kind of damage at neutral, such a budgety team. I mean, that's pretty great. No insta-death. Especially not on Shakespeare. Woo! Okay, we're good. Oh, her insta-death buff wore off. That's kind of silly. He's still got 200k though. Please throw. No. We win these. I was pretty worried at the initial lineup though, because my back row is trash. Like my back row has no way of dealing with Serenity. But and even with us killing that middle demon, I think if we had gotten insta-death there, we might have been screwed. But I think we're good now. I really want to get Shakespeare's NP again though before Serenity gets her NP. That's pretty important, I think. Could spread it out. Another David NP would be pretty good though. We'll do that though. If I get another heal, it keeps us in it. Oh, that's some damage. Well, I guess picking Hans for the art chain was not correct. Good thing is we have taunt, so I can keep Shakespeare alive for quite a while now. Okay, no NP drain, none of that. Shakespeare's Buster up being team-wide was so good though with that David play. Like, a lot of times it doesn't really work out that way, but... Okay, that was the NP drain, but it hit the wrong target, so we're fine. Now, if we stun, doing the taunt is bad. But if that happens, I can always use the evade in an emergency. He doesn't have the overcharge this time, so it's not as likely. I probably should have gotten more David NP throughout this. I should have done the David art chain instead of the Hans one. Because having a Hans NP right now would be awesome. Wow! I mean, that would be good, but it means I wasted my... I should have just waited a turn. I could have had the other Buster up. But yeah, I could have had the taunt. Okay, guys, do 5k. Yeah, Serenity's having a bad time right here. Doesn't really matter if David gets insta-killed. And he did. I had to say something, didn't I? I mean, it definitely would have been better if that didn't happen, because he could have about finished her off. You know, because I could get the Buster up. You do like 70k, 70, 80k. But it's fine. It'll just take longer now. I guess I Brave Chain. I was thinking about, you know, Shakespeare and P gain, but whatever. Sadly, Protoku does not have his upgraded NP yet, and he's not Buster, so he does not get a whole lot done here. $20K. David was over there doing 76k or whatever, but I mean, David had attack up, Buster up, he has his upgrade, you know, so on and so forth. Also, Protoku's not max level, although that doesn't affect Protoku very much because the way his stats are, he has most of his stats by like level 55 or 60. But it adds up because he's not even 55 or 60, he's 51. Once Protoku does his NP strengthening, he'll be fine. This might get her low enough to die next turn. Ew, okay, yep, got the crit, we're good. I tell you though, I'm Porky Pig. You can see why this was losable though. I mean, if Shakespeare had gotten insta-killed, we'd almost be out of units, and none of these back row units get anything done. And yeah, and Shakespeare wouldn't have done that second NP. Like, if Shakespeare had gotten insta-death, we would have had a very bad time. I did make a misplay though with Qingong's taunt. I should have delayed Shakespeare's second NP, and then waited for the Buster up. Yeah, all we had was George. Yeah, George versus Serenity. That'll be great. Can't pay the bills. Big oof. That was like a mini boss. The real boss is Tristan, which surely is soon. I mean, come on. I wonder if they counted that as a major boss though, and that's why it's taking so long to get anywhere. Okay, I'm cheating again. I gotta look it up. I hate just not knowing when it is. Like, I thought it would have been by now. It might be this chapter though. I could see that. Alright, we're on chapter 12. Yes, it's this chapter. Finally. Okay. Right, you fight Tristan. Oh man, Tristan's nasty. I just remembered that. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. Well. Yeah, Tristan is arrow 3 and 4. So here we go, boys. Game face is on. Yeah, if we do a prediction, obviously make the prediction for Tristan. So we'll see. I mean, I've one-shot Gwen and Mordred. So is Tristan gonna, you know, break the winning streak, or are we just gonna plow through Camelot? So far, our only loss has been to trash mobs, so that's a thing. Okay, this is probably Spartacus again. We're gonna stick with what we've been doing though. We're only gonna summon a bronze, no grail, just supports must be bronze, right? That's been our rules for Camelot, and we will do that for Tristan as well. Oh, I gotta log in so I can actually summon myself. I actually don't know. I guess I have to summon Jason. That's really the only thing that makes sense. It's either that or you summon a Lancer because of the Enforcement Knights. I don't know. This could be tough. This could be tough. We'll see. I'm going to try to do George, though, because George is really good against Tristan, because Tristan is single target, and I could turn him into a dragon or something, and that'll help, so... I don't feel like I'm doomed, but I feel a little shaky. But we got 2 trash stages to get through first. Might need to level George some though, we'll see. My game face. Very, very prepared there, Beastling. Really drawing a blank on my back row here. When in doubt. So is there anyone else in my chat right now that has played through Camelot ultra scuffed like I am right now and then doesn't summon good supports? Because I do this shit all the time, but I'm curious, is anyone else in my chat done this where, you know, they play through the game and they don't get carried by the supports, but they also haven't farmed or any of that, and like their account is just, you know, limping through. Anyone else done that? Me? I figure a few people have done it. I know a few of my friends have done it. Will Tristan beat Green? Yeah, we'll see. Dude, the UI for predictions are so fucked for the admin. Like, I can't tell. All I can see is like what points are on what. Like I can see it's like 300k points versus like 80k, but I can't see who's voting for what. And if I bring up the tab for more information, it just gives me all this like stupid admin information that's in the way, and I can't see fucking anything. So it is so hard for me to tell who is voting on what. So what's blue and red? Just tell me what's blue and red. Blue is Tristan, pink is you. So blue is saying Tristan's gonna kick my ass on my first try, and pink is saying I'm gonna win. Okay. So which one has more points? And so there's 2 fights with Tristan, so we'll have to do 2, right? Because the first fight's got the Enforcement Knights, which can actually be harder, I would say, for that one. And then the next one, there's no Enforcement Knights, but he has more health. But honestly, I've seen a lot of people struggle more with the one with the Enforcement Knights, because the way the classes sync up is fucked. More points are on you losing? Oh, okay, chat. Oh, okay. Everyone think green man all washed up and gone senile. Okay. All right, chat. All right, chat. So let me get that straight again. Blue is me losing, pink is me winning, right? I want to see the traitors. I want to see traitors in chat here. Who doesn't have faith? Who believed I couldn't do it? Although, who knows, maybe I can do it. We'll see. I haven't won yet. People didn't read and voted wrong. Uh-oh. Can you refund and let them vote again? Because we want it to be proper, right? I gotta tell you, my mods, I gotta throw some shade at my mods here. My mods have a habit of always trying to get cheeky with the polls, and as such, they make the polls suck. They do this all the time, and I gotta slap them. They like putting in joke options, and then that dilutes the pool. You make the polls simple, because the fun does not come from, you know, LOL, I named one of the options poo-poo face, right? You don't do that. The mod theme. Yeah, this is my mod theme right here. Alright, let's see here. Do I NP? It's only 13k. I think we just struggle on through here. Okay, so what we got in the new one? What's what? Who's pink and blue, and then what's winning? I wish I could just look, but dude, I'm telling you, the admin version of it is so busted that it's really hard for me to see anything. It's the same vote? Oh, did it not reset it? Look, I can just now see what the vote is, and again, it's worded in such a fucked up way that it's not clear which one is which, right? You gotta just be, you know, green wins first try, Tristan wins first try, right? Nice and clear, no silly nonsense.
し。そうだね。ああ。
This is not the Tristan stage though. This is just random bullshit. There we go. Tristan wins, green wins. There you go. That's nice and clear. All right, which one's which color though? Because I literally can't see that. I can just see 1 and 2. Somebody just voted so hard that I was gonna win. Now there's like pressure. Oh god. Like somebody just bet, like, I think someone bet all their points. I think that's what it was. Someone bet all of their points there. Voting against green no matter what. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I see how it is, Zaw. Zaw, do you have any interest in playing Earth Defense Force, by the way? I've been playing that recently. I see right now most people are voting for me. Either actually it could just be someone's voted an insane amount of points on me. It's not necessarily the as many people. So we'll see. I honestly don't know. Like for some like actually for a lot of these I haven't really known, to be honest. Like this account is so scuffed. But I really don't know on this one. I'm not sure. Like maybe I'm gonna blow it up and it'll work. But I don't know. I don't know Tristan as well as Gwaine or Mordred because I haven't fought him as many times. And like the classes aren't quite as synced up. And then the enforcement knights and I don't know. I don't fucking know. If I had to vote, I honestly don't know, right? But we'll see. And honestly, Gwaine I was pretty iffy on. And it was close. Gwaine came down to the wire, man. Like that was, and then George dying early and all that, that really hurt. So that was super close. Mordred was not that close. It was a little close, but Mordred, I'd say, was a bit of a blowout. Because we even nerfed ourselves with Nobukatsu, and it ended up not being that bad. I should have given that attack up to Spartacus, and I actually have no idea why I didn't. Well, we'll get some real music when we get to the boss fight. We'll whip out like the Arc Knight's music, because it's good. Oh, it's 50-50 right now. Wow, okay. Yeah, because I'm so question mark about how this is gonna go, I'm not gonna be surprised either way. If you know, my plan is for George to turn Tristan into a dragon, George to face take the first NP, and Siegfried go Burr. That's my plan, right? I don't even know if it's gonna work or not. The Enforcement Knights might murder George. You know, George might die before he can take the NP, and then you know Siegfried might die to Leonidas to Tristan's NP, right? We'll just see. So. If I'd be a lot more confident if I had Leonidas. He's so good for this boss fight that if I had leveled him instead of George, I'd be feeling a lot more confident. But George is good for a lot of other boss fights, so that's why I went with George first. I normally go with George first, but it is good to level Leonidas. And if you are worried about Tristan, then Leo is definitely the one to pick. I'm actually going to try to level my George before we fight Tristan. I'll see if I can, just because he needs to be tanky. Yeah, Earth Defense Force 5. Yeah. If you care to play it, we can work that out. One of these days, I need to stream that game as a bonus stream because I love it, and I think chat would enjoy it. It gets hard. That game starts kind of easy, but that game gets so freaking hard, man. It is wild. Alright, I think this is the last stage before Tristan. So after this stage, we're gonna try to prep our George a little bit, and then we'll go at it here. Yeah, I'd love to play it with my chat. If I could get some of my usuals to play EDF, I'd be down for that. It's a good co-op game. That's kind of why I was thinking about streaming it, might get some people interested in it. Wow, I'm really surprised the voting is pretty... There's a lot of points on the line. There's a lot of points on the line. Someone could get rich here. Okay, Enforcement Knights. That's not really what I wanted to see, actually. Let's not lose. I didn't really think about the team here, so I don't want to lose to the stage before. Tristan, let's not have that happen. What I should have done, EDF is so bad about this, their base price is still $60. But they put it on sale for like, you know, $20 and stuff like that all the time. So what I should have done when it was on sale a while ago is I should have done a stream of it and done a giveaway. That'd have been cool. I could have done a Steam giveaway. Maybe I'll do that in the future though if I see a good time for it. Oh, is it on sale? I literally looked. I looked at Earth Defense Force 5 Steam page like yesterday or like the day before, and it was not on sale. Shit. I'm so bad at planning. Because obviously I can't like play it right now, right? We've got all this going on. I want to do Arc Nights and stuff, but I'll figure something out. Yes, I've never done a giveaway, and that'd be cool if I could do something like that. I've seen it go on sale for way more than that. Like I've seen it go on sale for like $15 and $20 a lot, but it looks like it's on sale for about $30 right now. That's okay, but it's still maybe more than some people would want to, you know, pay on a kind of unknown game. But let's focus on the Tristan here. Let's not. I'm gonna try my best not to throw. I'm gonna give this my best effort. I'm not gonna try some stupid, you know, dumb stuff. I'm gonna try to play good here. I'm actually not sure. Okay. I'm allowed to summon any bronze that I want, but they cannot be grailed. That's the rules. And I'm trying to think of what's the best bronze to summon, because really Jason's not that good here, right? He really isn't. And the boss has sure hit, right? And he's evade, so I'm not sure what I'm not sure what to do about that. Trying to think what I get. You know what? I could summon Leonidas. That is true. I feel like chat will give me shit if I do that. That's the one bronze that's kind of cheating. Are you? No. Oh my god! I'm so mad. Are you kidding me? We barely don't kill that guy. That's the only one that counterclasses Siegfried. And of course he attacks Siegfried. Are you kidding me? I think we lose because of that. Okay, by the way, this doesn't count as Tristan winning because this isn't the Tristan stage. It's literally not the Tristan stage, it's the next one. So that doesn't count. That is a loss. But I don't fucking count. Jesus Christ, that was stupid. Enforcement Knights, man. Okay, okay. Alright, chat. I think I feel like I have to ban Leonidas because Leonidas can just solo Tristan. Right? That's just all there is to it. So as long as the team kills the 3 Enforcement Knights, you win, right? And I mean, there's a little bit of, you know, nuance to like making sure that the team dies cleanly, so Leonidas gets the deck and everything. But I think the one thing we'll not use is Leonidas because he's way too good. And because then there's no bet there. I just win as long as I don't fuck up the Enforcement Knight part. You know, I've just won, right? So we won't do that. But any other one I'll summon, right? So Gareth or a Berserker, you know, any of that's fine because I don't think any of that stuff will carry. Okay. Is Bella QB, as I say, Bella QB, thank you for the 4 months. I was looking away from my computer for a second there, and then I get a sub there, so excuse me. Yeah, I don't... Ben K. Actually, Ben K is not terrible there. He's not amazing, but he's not terrible, because buff removal's okay, the taunt's good. You know, taunts really are good there, so... I need to kill that archer one. That's the thing. I need to wait 1 turn to taunt. Man, this stage is gonna give me a headache. Let's see. This is such a bad opening hand.
You know, I know a few Hungarians because of my stream, and it's pretty cool. And because of that, I've actually looked more into like some Hungarian history and stuff that I wouldn't have otherwise, and some of it's pretty interesting actually. Like with the Black Army and everything, some fun stuff. I honestly, I wish that they put that in FGO. Like, I actually forgot his name because I'm terrible about this. Like the Black Prince or something, but he was like the leader of the Black Army. He was a pretty interesting person in history, and he was famous for using a mace. FGO needs maces. Like, it absolutely does. A mace Noble Phantasm, let's go. That would be awesome. So, if they could put that in there, that'd be pretty neat. Again, it's just something different, right? Like, that's they don't have a lot of that kind of stuff in the game right now, so... I might just NP here, but I kind of want to wipe this wave because I think I can handle that. And then NP the next wave. I feel like that's safer. Sounds like a berserker to me. I know, that's what they always do. It's so dumb. But there's nothing about that guy's, like, you know, history that would you make him a berserker, right? But that's never stopped them before. I want this thing to die. But thankfully George's taunt will get the NP this time. If he doesn't die here. Do 14k. Ooh. Okay. If I don't kill it, it's not the end of the world. It actually means I should have taunted the Lancer's NPs. Oh crap. David's gonna show up and there's two 60k Lancers. Oh, that's not good. Maybe we just go for our NP then. Yeah, okay, never mind killing the 14k archer now. I think George has NP on death. I hope he does. You fucks! Why does the archer go last? People have told me I'm crazy. I've done challenge quests and stuff before where like I'm not 100% sure if this unit goes first, and people are like, that unit always goes first. No, they fucking don't. God damn it, they do this every once in a while. It's rare, but every once in a while, they get cheeky with you, and they're like, yeah, we're just gonna fucking have the middle guy go first, because why not? Okay, and of course, oh my god, this is so stupid. This is so stupid. Of course, why am I saying Leonidas? Siegfried. Siegfried doesn't have his NP. So do I Spartacus NP the 5k health archer? Oh my god. What timeline is this? Why is this going so bad? Because this guy is sure hit, so I can't evade, right? Because he's the one guy with sure hit. Fucking hero mob over here. You lift up the visor and it's Tristan in there. That's what's going on. That's why he knew to not go first, because he knew the taunt thing. Yeah, I wisely target switched there, so we got them both. But now I don't have Spartacus's NP. Which would be pretty nice right now. So now I need Protoku instead of... If I fail this again, Protoku is going to replace George, because this is a beast. And so that would be good. This is not great, though. So I need to... I guess I have to NP... I don't know what I do to kill this thing, because if I let him NP, he gets the evade. Which I don't want that. Even like lagged for a second there. Okay, don't kill Spartacus this turn, because then he gets his guts, which would be super good for me. Having a hard time getting Siegfried's NP though, the way the deck shuffles and when I needed to NP and everything kind of shut him down.
Okay, I didn't actually want George to live this long, though. Although at this point he's gonna live this long. I hope he lives one more turn, because then he gets taunt. Now, I could NP with Siegfried, and that would get him low enough that I could kill him next turn. But I think I should see what happens. Maybe I get the cards to kill him next turn without using the NP, which would be better. So there's still saber mobs, because it said there were sabers here, and we haven't seen any sabers. And now I'm NP sealed, and I can't NP if I wanted to because I already used disengage. Oh, it's okay. I think we can kill it. Now, if we can't kill it, I should taunt with George. Okay, I should taunt with George anyway because he's not gonna live for 3 turns no matter what. So if I whip a turn on taunt, who cares? Okay. That sucked. That sucked, because now he has the evade. I kind of forgot about that. Please don't kill Spartacus. He's got evade. Just don't kill Spartacus. He's so close to getting his NP. Like, don't be that guy, game. Like, attack Spartacus once and then debuff and then hit someone else, right? Like, just do that. That's like the odds of Spartacus dying here are so low because the thing only has 3 actions, and they can be debuffs, and there's 3 targets, and then one of the hits is nulled because of the evade. Fucking Soul Eaters, dude. Fucking Soul Eaters. Who likes this mob? Who likes this mob? It doesn't even look cool. You know, people like Spriggans because they're like big stone guys. People like, you know, the crocodiles, the mini Nobus, you know, the shark mobs. You know, there's trash mobs that people like. Who the fuck likes a Soul Eater? Look at it, he's like a mop on his head. He's wearing a fucking mop. Like, yeah, how do you even see with that on? It's stupid. Useless. Okay, I guess I art chain. Like, again, you know, 3 enemies to attack, doesn't always attack. One of the attacks is nulled because of the evade. You know, the odds of Spartacus living there. Okay, that's it. That's it. The first 2 waves were so brutal, and that's it. Game, please. You mock me with your pathetic finish. What are we doing here? I don't even need Siegfried. I don't even need him. Like what is this? This is Pebbles. What would have been bad though is if George had died earlier, and then David showed up really early, and then David just died to the Lancers, and then we wouldn't have David for the Spriggan here. That would have been pretty terrible. There's definitely a cursed timeline where this could have gone worse. Okay, here we go. It's Tristan time. We gotta make a proper team here. Off memory, I think the Enforcement Knights are Lance. No, I don't know. I don't remember. Okay, they'll show me. I'm not sure what they are. We'll see. I want to say they're Lancers, but I'm not sure that's right. It might just be archers. Yeah, that's funny. They want you to counterclass the Enforcement Knights and think you're going to counterclass Tristan, but then because of the reversal, you don't. That's totally what they're doing there. Okay, hold up. Let's see if I can do anything with my George here. I forgot to get my Geronimo from America, apparently. Don't really need these, but I'll grab a couple. Why not? Not much XP there. Also, game, if you could give me Chen Gong, that would be a big help. Nope. Get that bonus health. That'll make the difference. Oh, this'll... That'll do pretty good. Let's see if I get a bonus success here. I do wish I had more foe items, but, oh well. Alright, if I use every XP card that's left and we get a, like, bonus super success or great success, we might get it. If we don't, though, then we probably won't get it. Because George is pretty important in this setup. Not looking good. Yeah, because the XP that's left isn't worth enough that I don't think it'll... Even if it gets a great success, the bronze ones aren't going to do too much. Okay, well, let's see if I can level his first skill, because that's another way for him to be tankier. I cannot. That is unfortunate. At least it's rank 4. Alright, does Siegfried get more Buster Up when you rank up his third skill? Because it's not the original effect. He does. Okay, we want to level that then. That's a lot of blue coins there. Oh, not that music. Knock that out. Knock that off. That's the one. Okay, we want George to be tanky. So I'm either going to give him, I guess, Caneth? Either that or the defense up. There's anti-mail defense up, though. Or Enforcement Knight's mail. I know Tristan is, so the anti-mail's good for that. And I think I have one of those. See, I'm confident that I can beat the stage. What I'm not confident about is if I can beat it in one try, and that's the thing we're all here for, so... Wait, do I not have an anti-mail? I thought I did. I thought I already leveled it. Let me see here. Did I burn it or something? I really thought I had one anti-mail defense CE. Oh, there it is. Don't need to level it much, though. It's split stat, I think. No, it's all health. Okay, that's good. We'll take that to 20. So it's either this Cope Scope or Caneth. Because the thing is, I need to get his NP, but he needs to live. So I don't know, maybe we don't put him in the front row, maybe we put him in the back with Cope Scope. That's certainly an option. Stheno's pretty good here, actually. Wanting to do that for a while. Mash is also good here. She gets her upgrade soon, actually. Never regret leveling Mash's first skill. It's always worth it.
Wow, we're getting a lot done here. Okay, here we go. Now, if only we had our first skill upgrade, then we'd be tanky as hell. Well, look at that, chat. We got a skill to rank 10. That's good. And now, if only she wasn't, you know, didn't have the downgraded version, but it's still good. Okay, there's not a lot. I could level Leonidas, but you know, we're gonna stay away from that for now. Protoku is still decent here. He had his upgrade, NP upgrade, to be a lot better. And vulnerability is good here, so Babbage would be good here, but too late for that. Mash is really important, I'll say. We're gonna really need that. Okay, we're about ready. I just gotta decide what bronze I want to summon. This is just placeholder for now. I want to look at like what I kind of want to do regardless of the support and then go from there. I could bring a second George. Go double George. That's not too bad. It's kind of slow though. It does make it a lot easier though for me to make Tristan a dragon. That is pretty good. So the Enforcement Knights are archers, and that means they get their NP pretty quick and they have sure hit. That's a problem. So I gotta really take the Enforcement Knights seriously. I don't remember much health they have. I gotta bring the Lancer though, like absolutely. This is a must. We must start with that, no question. But they're gonna have sure hit. I could bring Stheno and remove their sure hit. I almost want to summon a Lancer. Now, it has to be a bronze one, so it'd be Gareth, but you know, I don't hate that. I don't hate Gareth here, because she has Taunt. That's pretty good. Yeah, I think we'll go with Gareth. I think that's okay. It's either Gareth or like a Saber, right? Or George. I think it's George, Jason, or Gareth. Those are the three options. I think Gareth. I think we'll go with Gareth. Okay. She's already slotted, so that's good enough. Because obviously, Protoku and Gareth aren't that good for Tristan, but they're not terrible, and then they're good for the Enforcement Knights, which is what it matters. I don't know what to give him. I want to say they have like maybe 50k health. Could start with that. Let's see. Oh my god. I could just do that for like the stat. If he had a taunt, that actually would be kind of good, but I don't think so. Okay, this is important at some point. We need George. George is really important. What's the order? Okay, so what I kind of need to have happen is I need a Lancer to die, and then I taunt with Nash for like the first NP, and then that gets me George or something. I don't know about Cope Scope on him. I don't know about that. This is less starting NP, but at least it's some damage and it's attack stat. I think this is actually better if I want to go that route. This is so close to being limit broken too. I need one copy. Okay, there's 3 right there. I need one more copy. Are Enforcement Knights male? I mean, they bothered to make them human, so I want to say yes. I mean, this The only issue with this is I'm not sure I'll get a Lancer killed when I want to get Siegfried. I mean, it's okay. It's okay. Alright, I think this is our best bet. Or it's my best guess at first. I don't know, maybe Qin Gong though, because Qin Gong is another taunt to save Siegfried, and it's also the Buster Up. Off memory, Tristan does some pretty serious normal card damage. I could do Atlas because it gives me invulnerability, but I think we just try to keep Siegfried from getting NP'd at all, so the heal's better. It's Qin Gong or Stheno. Stheno's good in that, you know, she can NP right away. You can remove buffs, so there's not a lot of buffs to remove. Get the defense down, get the attack up. She offers more damage right now than Qin Gong because of her NP. But Qin Gong gives us the taunt. The taunt's really good. Like, the taunt at the end can be really good. And it gives you the Buster Up and the battery. Oh, this is tough. It really is Stheno versus Qin Gong. That's but she's got her first skill upgraded, so I think she can instant NP. And Qin Gong would die maybe before his taunt would be on a good turn, but I could give him Canis. Qin Gong or Stheno. Stheno will delay the NP. You can also just straight stun. I think it's Stheno. It's close, but I think it's Stheno. Especially if she lands her second skill charm. If she lands her second skill charm, it's super value. And if she doesn't, then I'm gonna scream like a maniac. All right, let's get some Arc Knights music in here. I just hope Enforcement Knights are male. I've made a pretty big mistake if they're not. They have 80k. That's a bit more than I was thinking. Okay, game. Let's see. I need to get our NPs quick. Not a good opening hand for that though. Do I want to get the counterattack right now? I think I saved the taunt. I don't know, invulnerability from Atlas would be good because I could taunt on these guys and take all of their NPs. That'd be pretty good, but we'll see. Maybe we use Mash that way. I wanted to save Mash's invulnerability, but we might not have a choice here. Blues for the love of a nickel? Okay. I don't know about that one. Alright, there's the sure hit, and there's the other sure hit, and they normally cast it pretty early. So all of Garrett's MP gain is in the third hand. Oh, they all have sure hit now. Nice, look at the defense up from PFA though. We got one block out of it. Do I go ahead and heal, or do I want to just save it? I think I go ahead and heal. I want to get value out of Proto-Q and Gareth. I don't want them to just explode or anything. I should have done Gareth's third skill there. No, she got it. Alright, I'm underestimating her NP gain a bit there. Can you guys stop attacking Proto-Q? Like, if you can't, like, Mash or something? Alright, does Mash want to... If Mash taunts right now, that's kind of awkward for Tristan's first NP, but we have Gareth, so I think it's okay. Alright, go get him, kid. Smack him. Okay, it's one. Almost two. If these guys NP a second time, I'm in so much trouble. I'd like to not use Protoku's NP on the trash, but I might have to, because if they NP a second time, I'm super fucked. We'll see what we get card-wise. Maybe I try to... Maybe I should have gone for stars than use Garrett's crit thing. Do I defense up now or save it for Tristan? I think we save it for Tristan. Chat, I'm actually nervous because of this poll, by the way. This is fucked up. Man, Garrett, though, showing up, doing super good. Ugh. Do I do her counterattack now? I think I can wait a turn. She's probably not going to cast it a third time. Mash NP gain, yeah. I'm not convinced Mash is gonna get her NP off, but if she can, it'd be really good. Alright, how much health you got? 239. Most of her stuff's at neutral. We'll see. You might as well evade now because the NP has sure hit on it. This is looking good. I think this is looking good. Okay, that's a bit of damage. Mash is tanky though. I think we got this. I think we got this. Like, obviously our front row's gonna die, but I have faith in the anti-dragon damage. I think we got this. I think we got this. Like, our Lancers are gonna get quite a bit done here. Like, Taunt's OP, man. The only nightmare would be if Gareth dies this turn. Do I heal her? I mean, it's not that bad if she dies. No, it's really bad if she dies this turn. Does anyone know why it's bad if she dies this turn? There's a really big honestly, if she died this turn, I could lose. Because what could happen is she would die this turn, Siegfried shows up, boss NP Siegfried, and then I have nothing left and we lose. Because there's no way for me to save Siegfried. No one has taunt. If Gareth dies, no one has taunt. Because George isn't here yet, and Mash's skill won't be back yet, and the evade Mystic Code can't save Siegfried. So I think not healing Gareth here is how we lose. That's absolutely how you lose. It'd still be unlikely, like it wouldn't be likely for her to die there, but it could totally happen, and that could definitely result in a loss. But I got it. I saw the bad timeline. He's old trick in here. Now chat, what do you all want? Do we want, because we got another fight with Tristan immediately after where it's no enforcement nights and it's just Tristan, right? Do we want to make a new poll for that? Or do we want to make the side that's going to win here have to sweat a bit and have to go through another fight? What did we do for Mordred? Whatever we did for Mordred is what we should do for whatever we did for Mordred we should do for Tristan. Most people want new poll, and that probably is fair. That's probably, I don't even remember what we did for Mordred. We'll see. It looks like most people want new poll. Okay, so Gareth's got to explode now, unfortunately. Actually, I could not taunt there as long because anyone can die here. It doesn't really matter who dies right here. Protoku's been pretty good here as well, honestly. He absorbs a lot of damage for us, and he's doing pretty solid damage. There we go, look at that. I think I made a pretty good setup here, chat. I think I used what resources I have pretty well. Because I've seen people really getting fucked up by those Enforcement Knights, but I think Nash Lancers there, that was really good. Alright, now we need George to show up, I guess as soon as possible. Do I just throw Mash away right now? Or do I wait? No, yeah, we can throw her away right now. It's fine. Like, sure, she gets her first skill back and all that, and that's good, but I think it's fine. Okay, got the evade there. Crap, he didn't kill Mash. I could cast her defense up stuff, and then if she lives too long, I can do invulnerability on George. On Siegfried. Maybe I just cast it on Siegfried for the battery right now, and then, I mean, surely she's gonna die. What happens though if she doesn't die in 2 turns? Then we have a bad fucking time. I'm casting this because of Tristan's hit count. I just want the dragon synergy really bad. This is so greedy. Like, this is, if you want to just win 100%, you cast Mash's first skill, you cast Mash's NP, and if she lives too long, you just save the invulnerability to give it to Siegfried, and then you cannot lose. There's no way you lose. But what I just did right now, there's a chance that we lose, but it's so much cooler to get the anti-dragon damage, which is why I'm doing it. Just hit Nash one time. That's all you gotta do. There you go. That was definitely a bad timeline if he didn't hit Mash there, and then you went another turn and he didn't hit Mash. Alright, I think we're good. We just need 5 NP gain on Siegfried. Unfortunately, deck shuffle and he didn't get a fucking art card. Actually, I should have done George's art card last in case Tristan just throws. We got it. Oh, we got it, boys. Crisis averted. All right, chat. I'm good at this game. Look at that. I know what I'm doing. I don't gotta reset. And look at this. This Tristan could have been tougher. If this let's see how much overkill we got here. Because here's the thing. Not only are we gonna have overkill here, but we're safe from Tristan's NP because George has taunt. And then we get Stheno, and then Stheno slows Tristan down so he can't NP again for a long time. And then gives us more damage and all that kind of stuff for Siegfried. So yeah, we're in good shape here. All right, let's see the damage. If he had more health, I would do Protoku's NP first because it would overcharge Siegfried, so he gets even more anti-dragon damage, and he'd get the defense down, but he doesn't have enough health, so I can't do it. But so if Tristan had like 500k health or whatever, we can see how much we could eat it into that, right? We could get a bit more oomph. Alright, this next fight with Tristan, I think will be easier. Tristan has way more health, but he doesn't have Enforcement Knight, so I think this will be easier, but we'll see. We'll let people vote again if they want to, but I think... Wow, look at that, man. That's NP1 with shitty skill ranks. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, we could have, and again, if Protoku had NP, that would have done like, 30k damage or something, 20, 30k, and that put the defense down, get a bigger overcharge, right? We'd hit even harder. Yeah, I think you're crazy if you vote against me. I am very confident that I'm gonna beat the next fight with Tristan here. I don't actually remember exactly like what his health and stuff is, but what do we summon? I could use the same team, but there's not a lot of reason to. I could use Gareth just for the fun of it, though. Like, you're way better off using a Saber now, because now there's no more trash mobs, right? So just Saber
and tanks are like all the way. But yeah, we'll do Gareth. It's fun. We can start though with Siegfried now. Dude, anyone that votes against me is just out of their minds. But yeah, give people their points. Give people their points for the vote there. You know, I won. I got it. Do I just cope scope? I don't have to, but it's probably okay. Something dies. I guess mash. I'm gonna be really greedy here. Hell, maybe I can start with that. No offense to Gareth, but we don't really need her. It's kind of fun to get Chen Gong's Buster up, although it's not really ranked up. It's fine. Yeah, it's totally fine. Chen Gong, though, won't do a whole lot other than taunt. I guess I do this just so he doesn't die until I want to taunt later. This setup is not nearly as well thought out as the other one, but I don't think it needs to be. I guess it gives people hope for if they want me to lose. Like my other setup, I put some real thought into there. This one is, I'm kind of just throwing. I'm like, anti-dragon damage. Well, get him. But we have taunts, it's fine. I have no idea if Percival can solo this or not. You know what I might do? Because this is probably the last fight for today. I'll probably cancel the app when we win. If we win. Anyway. Okay, he does have more health than I was thinking. Okay, it's almost 500k. But anyway, I'll save it and we'll do Percival tomorrow. Well, like, why not? We can save the stage and fuck around. That'll be fun. Lancers don't counterclass here, though, to be clear. Like, they have a hard time still. But Percival's just a good solo unit, so it'll be kind of interesting to see. Awful opening hand, though. How am I supposed to get Siegfried NP gain like this? I think wait, I tried to taunt. Because we got the damage cut. It's not like he's not gonna attack Chen Gong 3 times. Right, that's clearly not gonna happen. And I can if Siegfried gets smacked, I can just heal him, so. I actually want Siegfried to get smacked. I want the NP gain. No, hit the middle one. No. Oh, there you go. That just animation was weird. Do I have art cards now? I do. Okay, now I taunt them. Now, I could make him a dragon now, but I'll wait so I get the overcharge. It's that Tristan animation update, though. Well, he's doing some damage to George, though. Do I heal him? I don't need to. It's only if I need to turn him into a dragon again. I don't think we'll need to do that. Imagine if I messed it up and I did Siegfried's NP first. Like, oh yeah, I want the Buster first card bonus for my Buster card there. Zaw, did you seriously do that? You would, dude, if I threw and I somehow lost, Zaw would get so many channel points. Because he'd get almost all of them, I think, if that was the case. He'd get like 90% of them or something. Okay, well, George had a bad time. Yeah, I think I just let George die. It means the dragon will wear off pretty quick, but I think that's okay. I should have saved my golden rule. Having it right now would be kind of incredible. Have the double NP gain up. So far though, we've taken out all the Camelot bosses. First try, doing pretty good. Gwaine was quite close though. I mean, Gwaine, that really could have gone south. Like with that George thing at the start, like that was really close. I guess I just do this. We're probably gonna lose the dragon bonus though. That kind of sucks. We might slow down a bit here. Maybe I should have kept George alive. Well, I got a brave chain, but no more dragon bonus. Yeah, I should have saved George, I feel. I think we'll still win, but I think it'd have been better. Should have picked the other Buster card. Also, I used my golden rule wrong. I should have saved it. I could have got my NT back sooner if I'd saved it. Also, like, a good thing about that previous setup and this one is the defense on MASH. Like, that was really good. And if you don't have the anti-mail one, you could have done the Kodamine abs or something. That'd be good enough. Like, making her that tanky really was good. I don't get any skills back for 3 turns. I guess I just NP vanilla here. I'm not gonna have my Buster up, and I'm not gonna have anti-dragon. That kind of sucks. Either that or I just wait around for 3 turns. Can I wait around for 3 turns? I mean, I could. But, I don't think I need to. So I so want to play Art Knights tonight because I want to beat that boss and I think I know how, but I probably shouldn't. It's already really late, so I'll probably do Art Knights tomorrow. But it took a lot longer to get to Tristan than I thought it would. Ooh, I don't like seeing that. I guess I actually saved Qingong. You know what I could do? I'm doing it. I'm not taunting. I'm doing this because if he happens to NP Siegfried, I get a lot of refund, and he won't kill Qingong either. I guess it's fine. I guess it's totally fine. Because I still have Qingong's taunt, right, in an emergency. Tristan's trying his best, chat, but yeah, he's not quite enough. If you new game plus this boss or like challenge mode it, they should like double his health and add a health bar, then like a minor extra gimmick with the health bar break. We got really paid for that. We really got paid for that. That worked great. Bad part is we're just getting no Siegfried NP gain. Got double NP gain up, double art deck. Can't get any NP gain. Well, there you go, Tristan. Okay, now we get to see his proper damage, but without anti-dragon. Whoa, not that one. Although, actually, it'd be totally okay to yeet mash there. Feels good, man. Siegfried doing pretty good for us.
Unironically, I think it's the correct play. You know, like right now, leveling Siegfried is good for this account because it helps for farming, and then I can use him for single target with George. And I don't have the resources right now to level Caesar, and I don't have a high MP rank of Caesar, and I don't even have Bedivere yet. So it's actually been practical, I would say, to level Siegfried and do this kind of stuff. I think it's just kind of the right thing to do on this account. Fuck! I didn't zeet the app! I didn't zeet the app! Well, there is another fight with Tristan later that is harder. Because Gwen's fight at the end is actually easier, but Tristan's fight is harder. The one at the end is harder. So we'll do that one. That'll be harder though, because the thing is, it'll be hard for Percival to solo the one we just did, and then the fight with Tristan later is actually going to be even harder for Percival to solo. So I don't know if he'll be able to do that one, but be more impressive if he beats it. But yeah, there's another fight with Tristan. That he just got straight higher stats and stuff, so. Alright boys, we got him. So that means tomorrow is Lancelot, and hold on, I'm gonna look this up right now. I wanna know how far in Lancelot is. Like how long does it actually take to get to him? I don't think it takes as long, because there's not that many chapters left, so it can't be that bad. Let's see. Where is Lancelot? Lancelot is really soon, actually. He is in the next chapter. Yeah, so it doesn't take long to get to Lancelot at all. So we'll get to do that one pretty quick. And then I think then the next big one is like Ozzy and the Demon Pillar, and I think that's going to be a problem because I just haven't leveled a lot of the like the cavalry class stuff. So that's going to be an issue. You fight Lancelot twice apparently. I thought you only fought him once, but it looks like the main fight with him is in chapter 15. And then it's like a bit more, you know, Pharaoh stuff, Demon Pillar stuff, and then it's kind of going to the castle, and you fight all the knights again, and then you fight Lion King. I really wish Lion King was harder. I really wish Lion King was harder. Like, she's not bad, and I will say, if your pants are down, like, I've seen plenty of accounts get wrecked by the Pearson vulnerability thing, but, you know, having you just fight Gwaine, right, and all the other knights and stuff, it's Rongo Bongo, and she's built up so much throughout the story that fight should be harder. And thank you, Take Two Legend, for the gifted sub, man. I appreciate that. All right, everybody, thank you for hanging out. I think that's enough for today. Tomorrow, I'll probably do a shorter stream, which will be easy because Lancelot's sooner, and then I'll do Arc Knights, and then we'll get back to some FCO stuff. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. All right, let me see if there's anybody I should be raiding right now. Let's see what we got here. You know, let's raid Ryasu. We haven't raided him in forever, and he's playing Melty Blood, and I think there's some people in my stream right now that might want to check out some Melty Blood, so why not? We'll share the love. I don't know what I'm watching right now. I'm watching Arcuade with a skirt fight Arcuade with not a real skirt, so I don't know what's going on over there, but that's a thing. All right, go get them, boys. I'm out of here, and I will hopefully see you all tomorrow. Yeah, make sure you give them the points, mods. Make sure you finish the poll. How did we not do that? Like, we got to do that. So if we can get a mod to do that. Thankfully, if you're not in the stream though, I think you still get the points. So I don't think you have to worry about that. But yeah, seriously, gotta give out the points, guys.